Mics are on. Thank you.
She was like reading, they were like reading my mind because I was like already meeting with him this week.
All right. It is 4 p.m. on January 20th, 2026, and this is the City of Iowa City work session. I'm going to call it to order. And hello, everyone. Welcome to your City Hall. We'll go to item number 1, which is the University of Iowa student government updates. Welcome.
Hi, we're pretty glad to be back from break. Ava will be here. They just had a class that ran kind of late. The only main thing is that we do have town hall in 2 weeks from 5 to 7, and so we're really looking forward to that event, but nothing else has really happened, and we're hoping for more things to be ramped up in the USG side of things, just with the semester starting up again. So.
All right. Well, welcome back, and I'm assuming there's no other further updates that you all are hoping to give today.
No, there's no further ones.
All right, great. Welcome back. All right, we'll go on to item number 2, which is clarification of agenda items.
Just acknowledge that there's a supplemental packet that's healthy in size, but plenty of time to read it before the meeting.
All right, we'll move on to item number 3, information packet discussions. We'll start with January 8th.
I suppose I just wanted to comment on the report back from, or what I found out is an annual report from the Master Gardener. I loved it, and just kind of wanted to highlight that I've had multiple people tell me, a couple individual people email me that the landscaping and the gardening this spring and last spring and summer was amazing. So I just wanted to make that part of the public record that doing a phenomenal job. Like, they had some cool plants out there. So yeah, thank you.
Great.
Just a thank you to staff for getting the materials from the previous strategic planning stuff. So hopefully those will be helpful for council to review for whenever we're ready to talk more about that.
All right, moving on to January 15th. IP3 will be talking on the next agenda item, so. Hearing nothing, we will move on to item number 4, which is review of the City Council pending work session topics. And I don't know if Jeff, if you wanted to expound upon anything at this point.
This is something that we've typically done at the start of every calendar year, at least when there's a new council seated. Now this time around, the council's the same, but just gives you a chance to look at this pending list and determine if you want to take anything off or add anything. From a staff standpoint, we always encourage maintaining a smaller list if possible. Allows us to focus in a little bit more, but this is your list, and you can signal to the community through the publishing of this list those things that are going to be requiring your time in the coming year. So nothing that I'd specifically call your attention to, but happy to share staff thoughts on any one of the items that are out there.
Wanted to discuss the top item on the strategic plan action items, and that would be explore legal steps to discourage and prevent bad faith and predatory property investors. Just wanted to clarify that understood that to be about commercial property owners and residential property owners, but I don't really know which of those the effort has been invested in so far and when we would expect to hear more about them.
Right. I'm glad you raised that. I had that on my list as well to get some clarity from council. So this has been, this is an action item on the strategic plan as well, and that was brought about in 2023 or so, or similar in time to when Haven Park came in and was buying up a bunch of the mobile home parks in the community and in the area. That was followed by complaints by residents about severely increased lot rents and poor service delivery on the part of new management. And so based on the timing and the discussion, at least as I recall it around that time, I understood this to be about that issue. That is, particularly out-of-state investors coming in and buying up the mobile home parks and then acting in such a way to the detriment of the residents. That said, more recently it's been raised, or a question was raised, oh, well, maybe this relates to, I'll say, non-mobile home tenants as well. To which my answer was, that wasn't my understanding, but obviously it's crucial to me that I'm pursuing what it is that, you know, not only that council, but more specifically this council wants to see me do. I'd reported back to council a couple of years ago about the legal steps, or the steps I'd taken to explore what we could do on that topic, and the roadblocks that are present in state code in a lot of ways. But council had asked to, you know, leave it on. And so that's kind of where we are. I'm happy to provide a memo about that, but really what I'm looking for from you folks is clarity as to what you would like that to be. That is broader so that it affects issues suffered by, I'll say, normal commercial tenants and commercial apartment buildings, I should say. Or if your understanding was no, that was really limited to the kind of out-of-state, you know, predatory investors coming in and buying up those properties.
So I'm just going to jump right in because I think I was the council member that sort of got this ball rolling originally. And yes, historically, the history is spot on. That's how this got started, was looking at the mobile home. And I do remember, and there is the information that you did provide to us, looking at some of the state obstacles in state law, in addition to, which has been helpful just to have that knowledge, but also as we craft some of our requests for the state legislature to change those state laws. So I think that has been good. I think the exploring part, probably that verb definitely needs to, you know, at least in terms of the manufactured home. But perhaps in my mind, focusing just on that, monitor or continue to monitor, expanding it out into, just because the predatory property investors is a multifaceted problem, right? So they look at, obviously it hit our community first with the mobile home communities, but certainly around the country and to, I'm not sure to what extent here locally, buying up everything from single-family homes to rental housing. I know there was just an article recently about short-term rental housing stock that I saw that I didn't have a chance to do a deep dive into that. So I don't know what the rest of the council is thinking. I know I certainly don't want to see this fall off completely as a topic, but I can definitely see that, you know, it needs to be updated because as, you know, these things continue to happen, as it continues to develop, as we continue to see different laws coming from the state, just having like the city, to me, it would be super helpful to me individually to have a city attorney's office sort of be aware of that and maybe keep a monitor and flag something if it comes up. You know, and in addition to commercial properties, like, you know, predatory rental things for some of our commercial properties downtown has been something I've heard from constituents about. And so, you know, just wondering what we can do as a city in those times and places. And so I guess, you know, my thoughts on it, and certainly hear from the rest of the council, is, you know, kind of continuing to see what happens, especially as ownership changes with some of the mobile home courts. So that's on there. But as we continue to see more of these things happen, to sort of kind of keep thinking about it, looking for legal options, you know, trying to keep, you know, keep our finger on the pulse of that problem, and whenever possible, do something to address it. So, and multiple problems. So the mobile home court, so the housing end of it, plus also I think the commercial property end of it too. I think, to me, those are ongoing issues that we should be concerned about. So
I think while you're
I'll step back.
preparing a response or memo to the council, just remember that USG also has some priorities when it comes down to just predatory landlords. So just want to keep that in mind.
I suppose when I've looked into this, I know that a lot of people, in headlines anyways, definitely mobile home parks have been nationally just completely flipped upside down and abused by capital, right? By out-of-state capital investors who come in for a period of time, have a plan, extract as much as possible, make everything terrible for the residents there, and then move away, you know. But when I think of preventing bad faith and predatory property investors, I think of we don't have our shortage of bad faith and predatory property investors that are living in Iowa City and operating in Iowa City and Johnson County. So, yeah, and I'm 100%. So I think when I read this, I think about all of the above. Bad faith predatory property investors. I just heard you get off the phone with somebody who was dealing with a bad landlord, something that was very serious, not providing heat in weather that's sub-zero. So these things, definitely, if you're a renter in Iowa City, you know that this is something that affects all people who have landlords. So, yeah, I would say for me, it means all of the above.
Yes.
And even a component of a way that you can discourage or prevent bad faith and predatory property investors, in my view and how I've read it, is figuring out ways that we can bolster tenant rights in Iowa City. Because, and I know, Eric, you and I have had a lot of conversations about what is legal and not legal for municipalities to do when it comes to our home rule, as they put it, our civil law versus state law. So I guess to me, that's what that also includes.
Yeah, I agree with like kind of the all of the above was my understanding as we'd talked about this, maybe I don't know if it was the first time, but you know, maybe a second time. If you're framing up a memo, it might be really helpful to have just a really, really brief kind of, these are the areas in which the city can exert regulatory authority, like, you know, so that when we're looking at the kinds of bad faith that we see or the kinds of what we would label as predatory, just to have an understanding of the arenas in which we can respond so that we then understand where we don't have such authority and maybe, you know, would be looking to the community for different options for trying to address some of that behavior.
See, I think that the city has done a good job on their website providing resources, and it might be worthwhile to just sort of cycle through that and talk about what those resources are and where, when we can't engage in those commercial relationships as prohibited by state law, like that is the best way we can do that, is to give people the resources and direct them towards that. But I do think we should move beyond explore legal steps and just have an action, like provide a memo on what this is and move on. It feels like a way to, rather than just have it hanging on forever, because I think it's been on there since I joined council.
Yeah, I think it's one of those, like, in terms of listing as a priority that stays, like, doesn't fall off the radar. So I agree with, like, you know, updates, just whatever mechanism kind of keeps that back there. So as it pops up from time to time, it's like, yeah, it's been on there and we haven't had something like new pop up. I mean, not that applies to this particular as it's written. I mean, there's stuff happening, you know, with our local mobile home communities and changes happening from time to time. I don't know that I'd want to see it fall off completely, but maybe not worded like this, because Explore is like, that's been done. Our city attorney's already done a good job with that in that issue. But unfortunately, you know, the problem still exists. So I'm amenable to like some rephrasing or just, again, sort of like a background monitor and when something happens. But I really like the idea too of like kind of a reminder of like, here are the things that we know we can do or we have, you know, already have the latitude for. And that might help us identify further areas that we can, you know, again, continue to petition, lobby, you know, whatever else to give us something more, whether it be, you know, whatever that might be.
So I think I have a pretty specific understanding about some of the challenges and complaints raised by manufactured housing park residents. I have a more general sense of complaints from apartment tenants. You had mentioned, Mayor, the UI or USG concerns. Can I rely on that report to identify the concerns that I should be addressing in the memo?
Yeah, I think they point out some areas. Oh, go right ahead.
No. I was just indicating, and also I think, for a more inclusive look, not just the USG
Yes,
reports,
exactly.
but the reports that, see, I'm just,
You read my mind. Huh?
yeah, but just to culminate or aggregate from a variety of different sources, USG being one of them, but perhaps especially since we do have documented complaints
Yes,
that.
yeah, not only, like, I mean, like, just
non-English-speaking.
standard right in general, because I believe now a lot of people, like, for example, the heat is not acceptable. I know that if the city inspector knew this, they will take care of it too. But not only that, but I feel like also like the fee for the applications for the renter, this has become really a lot of money, and not only that, sometimes they know this person might not qualify based on like somebody who come new to the country. They don't have a renter like credit history. They don't have a renter history, and the denial will be based on that, even though like an application. But like, can we do something where the landlord can tell the people, really, this is the criteria that we evaluate the application for? I don't know. I really don't know exactly what to do about it. Like, but I just want to figure out a creative way where we can like make it easy on our resident not to like pay a lot of money, and at the end of the day, I'm not gonna get that apartment. Or like for the
non-refundable
and also
application
it's
fee.
non-refundable, and not to do the background check. I did my research. I think it costs between $10 to $15. But we've been seeing people charge, $45 per adult, $50, like a lot. I don't know. Like, it's like, can we do a cap?
What I'd suggest is that if council, I mean, that's all good information for me. And if council members have other kind of specific concerns like that, you can just email me and I'll address them one way or another in the memo. I don't want to have the item today, but what would you like to do? And Mayor, maybe you were about to get this. Would you like to leave this item on? Would you like to have me just indicate that I'll do a memo, and then if any three of you want to add it, then you can do it that way? It kind of council's pleasure here.
Yeah, I think once you have the memo, we'll actually have it on the agenda item.
Okay.
Just for some follow-up. Because I'm hearing this council saying we want to move towards action on this item,
Yeah.
I do wonder if there is a couple of opportunities. One is checking in with our own, maybe Tracy and her team, to see if they have any thoughts or ideas for some solutions. One we just heard from Councilor Sala about, the background checks and the costs there, as well as the applications. So we know in our social services community, we kind of transitioned to one application that was agreed upon and adopted. We do have a landlords association. So I do wonder if there's opportunity to reach out to them at some point to say, hey, these are some of the things that we're hearing from in our community, and wondering if any of these solutions are something that people would entertain. So that's just something that I think we're hoping for, is to move towards some actionable items. And again, there's going to be some limitations by our authority. And so if we're going to be looking at the community, our landlords are a part of this community. And so I think we just bring some of these issues to them and see how we can partner with them to create solutions.
Okay, sounds like a plan.
I think we'll, if it's okay with council, we can do this however you want with the pending list. But we actually did number one, so we might just go down to the next item, which is develop a vision statement for a singular regional transit system with Metro Johnson County entities, and obtain initial commitments to study a regional system from each entity's elected officials. And so I think we have, Councilor Burgess, you're
Sure.
on MPO.
I'll jump in on this. Well, we're all on MPO, I think, except for you, Mayor. But I am someone who's been pushing this for a while. I think it kind of, just as a little context, kind of stalled out when the Crandic passenger pop-up metro concept was taken off the table by Crandic, probably about a year ago now. But I do think with our commitment to continue fare free, with the conversation that we had at the joint entities meeting just a week ago about the great success of Trip Connect and that being a pilot that isn't funded and is just going to be going away in June, I do think this is something we need to revisit. I don't have any great ideas on the structure of, bringing it back for a regional issue, but I can at least commit to, now, especially being on the board with Better Together 2030, following back up on that mobility pillar and seeing if that small group has any other ideas.
I like the idea of circling back to Better Together 2030 because they definitely have been doing some regional outreach, and that was the Crandic was one where it really crossed multiple entities, and so maybe checking in with them just to see what the appetite is to continue this conversation might be beneficial.
And in the spirit of, in the spirit of collaboration, it may be that having an entity like Better Together rather than a specific municipality driving it and saying, hey, what about this regional vision? I think that's why the Crandic had a toehold. People were willing to come to the table, whereas historically, for years, that kind of regional look has kind of stalled out, right? So I think that at the same time, the only way it's going to happen is through the municipalities actually coming to the table and trying to hash this out. Maybe that sort of beating the drum again to get another entity to drive it would be good. Yeah.
And there's a lot of history that has already taken place with regional transit systems when we're talking about buses and that type of stuff.
And lowering the population threshold for a regional transit authority was still on our lobbying list that we just approved as well.
So that could be something we could kind of talk to our legislative delegates about to kind of, just represent that so it's at the top of their mind while they're in session.
One dimension of this that I think frequently about is I'm really proud of our fare free, and I would not want to ever step back, but I do wonder if that takes us one step further away from regional transportation in some ways. So I just, in whatever conversations we have, I just wanted to be clear that that's my values, is that I don't want us to move away from fare free.
Agreed.
I think Ames,
Agreed.
Iowa has a regional system
They do.
that's free.
Yes, iRide is,
If I'm understanding you correctly, you feel like other local entities might not be as able or willing to go fare-free.
I don't know that, but I think it's important to start at the outset saying,
We're not
what we
gonna-
want. What I guess I can't speak for all of you, but what I want.
Sure, that we fare-free, many of us have said we're committed to fare-free as well, so I agree.
I remember bringing that up in one of the initial, it was right after, it was one of the first meetings I went to as a counselor was one of these meetings with a bunch of entities at Merge talking about, and I remember asking everybody and just saying, we have fare-free public transit, and I think we all really like it. Has anybody thought of that? And I think no one said anything. So it was it is definitely something that would need to be hashed out for sure.
Okay. Anything else on that topic? All right, moving on. Expand neighborhood-based programs such as mobile community, social recreation resources. This is talking about that Fun Patrol, Nest, or micro hubs for kids and teens.
I continue to love the idea of it. I wonder about capacity resources of, the entities that would probably be standing them up. Just, I'm concerned about cost, energy, but I don't think it should be taken off. So let me flip the thing and say, I think this continues to be an important piece of what we need for our neighborhoods. And I'll leave it at that.
I will say that we had a study of all of our recreational buildings and facilities, and one of the recommendations was you could also partner with local businesses or to fulfill your visions. And I think we've done that through a few programs, such as Dream City, in a way, where they have expanded their programs, in a magnificent way that is being impacted by various parts of our community. So when we're talking about this, I think that it's something that I would like to keep in mind. Our neighborhood centers of Johnson County, we, was participating in their expansion on the east side of town. In a way, I think this is all a part of this line item.
I think that's a really good point, Mayor. And again, just historically, when we did the strategic plan prioritization that came up with this item, it was kind of a conglomeration of like alternative emergency response and the NEST concept, and I think we ended up putting it into one. But I do think of the field mediation program that hopefully will be standing up over the next year and a half or so as being part of that, expansion of into the community resources. So I don't know if it technically should fit under that item still, but I hope that's something that we will have conversations about.
And I will say, I'm not sure that, for me, this item needs to remain, but I'm interested to hear from my colleagues. It is a part of our strategic plan, which staff will continue to, invest in or present opportunities to us and start some opportunities where they have authority.
I think that it feels like this is in the same way that we sort of worked our way through the first item to say, what do we need in order to take action? This is kind of multi-tiered, right? I think it sort of, there's the study that's been done. We can look at the expansion that we have through Dream City, through neighborhood centers. We just approved the P&Z for the community center that's off of Benton, that I think also in spirit and in probably actually will have some component of that as a community center. So I think looking at those and sort of assessing what kinds of resources, what kind of programming do we have, is going to be one piece, and then to sort of say maybe where are there gaps. So I don't mind having it on here, but in some ways understanding like we're not going to necessarily be like, and now we're going to stand up this whole program. Right. Because it's going to come from a bunch of different places. If you're talking about the alternative response pilot and what that's going to look like once it gets stood up, along with then what are these different nonprofits going to do and what their vision is, I think that we can kind of take it in a tiered way and then perhaps ask periodically for, can we get an update, and then through that be able to see where there might be gaps that we might be able to say, maybe there's something on the far north side that we could think about, and who has real estate there and capacity, right? So I'm not giving a very clear sense of like we do this, this, and this, but I think that I don't know that it should be a high priority of we will talk about this in the next quarter, but rather it is, as Councilor Harmsen said, with his interest with the predatory lenders or property investors, that this is something that we just continue to have so that we can be updated and have it on our radar so that we can think of, is there an opportunity for us to be able to leverage a partnership or to expand in some way or to encourage that kind of work?
I'm almost wondering if organizationally we aren't really already kind of talking about two different lists, an on the radar list and then a like actual thing we need the city staff to come back to us for. So an on the radar list would be, for instance, talking about the predatory thing. We might, like, with some specific things, like, for instance, what Councilor Silla had said about, what can we do about application fees? Do we have any latitude as a city to set some rules like that? But then just sort of like, as city staff, we be at any place in the city staff sees something developing, for instance, hey, there's a whole bunch of these private equity firms buying up single-family homes, so we have data. So it's sort of on the radar, but it's not really that for those kinds of things, and it sounds like maybe this is the same thing. As something comes up, absolutely, we'd love to see this come back to us, but, we're not like putting up, as opposed to something like if we still wanted to talk about a sidewalk connection to Happy Hollow Park, that would be a very specific thing we would say, come back to us with. So I don't know if that would make sense for us organizationally, to like have a true work session topic list, upcoming topic list, and then a work session on the radar list. So when something comes up, we know that that the city staff has direction from us that, hey, if something starts to happen, you might see it before we do. We would love to have that come back to us. Just a thought.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I think, I don't know, I read somewhere the city staff, Jeff, can you just tell us if you have something really on the radar, or you think this is something that we can put? I don't know, I was reading somewhere, I just forgetting right now, that this item could be something not in the radar actually, but something really open it for the public to come up with maybe same build on the thing that we did for the Dream City, for everything else. Can we make it a thing that people can come and we can expand any another project by that? I don't know if I'm right, but I feel like, yeah, why don't just tell us?
Yeah,
what you
but
think about that?
potentially, as you get into how you're going to use your lost dollars and you think about partnerships, that's a very broad category. You could imagine partnerships in time incorporating this item, right? That's what Dream City was. That's what Neighborhood Centers for Johnson County was. Those were partnerships with us. So you could do that. And then to Councilor Harmson's point, I would try to keep this list to topics that you want to circle back to. When you're talking about on the radar items, at least for these top 4 items here, they are on the radar because they're still in your plan. Even if you remove them from this list here, they're still going to be in the plan, and staff is still going to be looking for opportunities to further those objectives. As you get down to the other items, that may not be true, but at least for these first 4, I feel confident they're always going to be on the radar until you adopt a new plan.
Yeah, and I now I remember I saw it on the list, yeah. I think one of the possible thing that you proposed. Yeah, just keeping it on the list would be good because, even if we deny, you're right, that's kind of in the radar because if we are not having anything specific right now, but it's still there if something come up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Which,
yeah, I agree.
we're kind of saying the same thing, just different ways of getting there. So.
Exactly.
It doesn't count unless all of us say it our own special way.
Yeah. Yeah, but you're right, yeah.
So I
agree.
know everybody's saying it their own special way, but I kind of want to make sure that I understand where we are with this particular item, because what I'm hearing is this item is on our strategic plan. It is something that staff is aware of this and other things in our strategic plan that they're going to be working on. And having it here, there's no specific topic that this council would come back and have a discussion on. And so it sounds like we're moving this from the topic, knowing, fully that the council would be presented with something at some point they'll be presented with something from the staff. So are folks okay with removing this from the work session topics? I'm
Yeah.
seeing some. No.
Yes,
Okay.
remove it from motion because it's on the last suggestion anyway.
We're going to hear about it again.
Yes.
All right. Next topic, if there's no discussion there, develop and maintain cost recovery guidelines for programs and services that balance fiscal responsibility and equity.
What does this mean?
Thank you.
So, you'll notice, your strategic plan has several dozen items. And when that plan was adopted, we listed the bullet points from that plan that before staff can really get to move on it, we need to have more conversation. Some of it was trying to understand more about what you had in mind when developing those items. This is probably one that came from staff. I'm sure that we probably presented it to you, but we before we spend a lot of time on it, we'd like to at least gauge your thoughts on it. So when we talk about cost recovery guidelines, that's not something that we do frequently in the organization. That would be, for example, to say that maybe through a recreation class, our goal is to recoup 50% of the costs. So then 50% is subsidized by property taxes or the general fund. Certain services that we have are greatly subsidized, and other ones are not subsidized at all. So for example, our building inspections program, we try to recoup all of those costs through the building permit fees that we charge, so 100% cost recovery. Whereas programs like recreation programs, senior center programs, we subsidize, and you subsidize it to broaden access to the community. As budgets get tight and we really have to start prioritizing those dollars very closely, I think it would be good to have that conversation with council at some point in time. What do you want to try to get back from our aquatic system? Are you okay with the 20% cost recovery, or would you like to see that get closer to 50%? Staff has some thoughts on that, but before we were to put together a comprehensive proposal from you, I think it would make sense if we could have that opportunity to talk with you and make sure that we're not going to start at two very different places.
Would you imagine that when we have that initial conversation, we would have the opportunity to get a sense of like what other communities do, or if there are like
Benchmarks.
sort of topic area, like best practices, that kind of thing?
Yeah, so what I would imagine is where we would start is we would probably list out all the services that we think are critical and let you know where we stand today and maybe give you some thoughts on where to go. We could certainly get some comparisons. Some programs are easier to compare than others, right? Building permits, housing inspections, those are pretty easy. But if you want to compare aquatics, to continue to use that example, aquatics can look very different and very in different communities. So those are a little bit more challenging to benchmark. But we would have some thoughts, and we could share with you kind of where we think we should go and how long it may take to get there. So if we want to go from a 20% to a 40%, you probably don't want to do that all in 1 year. You may want to set a goal in 5 to 10 years to get there. So we would probably lay all that out for you, put it on a work session agenda, and get some feedback.
Does this kind of analysis only incorporate operational costs, or does it also incorporate facility costs?
It could be both.
Okay.
Mostly operational, but it could certainly be both.
Yeah, because certainly there's programming that we provide that uses high-value facilities, and vice versa, things that cost us nothing in space, but, yeah, okay.
Yeah, correct.
I'd be interested in that
You go to the rec
particular
center,
analysis.
you have free access to a weight room. There's a lot of communities in in a rec center, you might have to pay a $10 fee to get access to the weight room, like you do to the pool, right, at the rec center. So we
Right.
could have those discussions too.
I guess one question I have is, so staff is going to have a pretty good feeling of the cost and what's subsidized. It'll be, in black and white for the most part. The users of those, I'm not sure if we have data of who the users are, because I know that depending on the course, there's going to be a different, there's going to be different users. And so equity would definitely come into play depending on what the course is. It may be, so I think for me in this moment, if staff is going to create this information, I also would be relying on staff to say, hey, is this something that we really should, we can look at other communities, try to figure out what they're doing. But for me, I'm going to want to know if staff really want us to look at this and make recommendations, or if it is just this is the way it is. at this moment, we don't have any recommendations. It's just informational.
Correct. Everything you said is correct, and we would incorporate that equity into our commentary to you.
Okay. Any other on this topic? Okay. So we'll leave that on there until we get kind of the information packet from staff and go on from there. Other topics is discussion of board and commission appointment process. Huge topic.
And a very complex one, but I think an important one that we should keep on.
I will say that I have had folks ask me, how do I go about this in a way that could feel like there's much of a chance for them to get picked? Because I think a lot of people view it and see it as like a kind of random. Like when we talk about boards and commissions, like we read the applications, a lot of times it's just like, you're all awesome. Who am I, And so how else are we supposed to go about it besides vibes, besides we have seen this person's work before, besides just very minuscule things. I mean, it's a hard thing. I don't know what the answer is, but I think that a lot of people are puzzled by it, but they understanding that it is something that's difficult. Yeah.
I think it would be great if we can come with some requirement, I don't know, like kind of like we need like to make sure we have diverse community, like people in the committee. We, if somebody like apply, like sometimes we say, oh, this person apply and they did not finish their term, we can give them another term. And if this person really served there 2 times, and that's enough. If we can come up with like some mechanism of how we can like choose people sometime when it comes to these things, and make sure, we have diverse people. Sometimes we don't find people, maybe diverse people did not apply. That's, first look for this. If we cannot find that, maybe we'll go to the next. Of course, like reading the application, make sure they are qualified, like to do the job also. It could be a criteria too.
Well, I think I hear 2 things. One is we want to make sure and rotate people.
Yes.
And that sort of has an inherent diversity in the sense of it's different people every 2 terms or whatever. Know that, in terms of like other, like even like we lost the ability to even do a gender balance to our commissions, according to state law here, a year ago, 2 years ago, we lost that ability.
It sounds about right. It went from a requirement that you had gender balance, so you couldn't have more than one person discrepancy between the genders, to removing that and otherwise getting back to the kind of normal, thou shalt not discriminate based on gender.
But is this for the commission that's required by the state, mandated by the state, or just anything?
You're correct. That's what state law, well, let me back up. So state law originally imposed that gender balance requirement on those boards and commissions that were required by the state. Of course, we, you folks as a council decided, let's just apply that across the board. And then when the state removed that, then you're back to kind of normal, anti-discrimination law kind of provisions whereby, you can't discriminate based on gender or sex. Now, you can consider it, of course. You just can't be a quota. You can't say like, there's 6, women and 3 men, and so we need to appoint a man. No, don't have to. You can consider that.
Yeah, and that's still only for the commission that met.
No, the anti-discrimination laws apply
For everything?
across the board.
Sure.
Yeah.
Cross the board. Okay, good to know. Anyway, those kind of some of ideas.
I do think there's going to be what I'll call some low-hanging fruit, which you just mentioned a couple of them, like can we create just some criterion from some of the things that we're often discussing here on council about someone's term. Certainly, we can always have an exception to our policy, depending on whatever the case may be, because there can be a situation where everybody that is on there, everybody that's coming off, and the people that will be remaining and new appointees, should they not make the cut because we put something in place, everybody could be new within a year. And so we may feel like, well, there's going to be some benefit from having someone with some experience on this commission. So I do like the idea of, coming up with some guidelines when it comes down to how we make that selection process. The other thing is, what happens while on the commissions. I'm assuming that is appointment the only thing that we want to discuss? Because it says appointment process. We're not wanting to talk about anything else.
I'm personally not troubled by any of this, so
I mean, I think the process, I don't have a problem with the process of like having applications and people fill it out. I mean, some of this is incumbent upon us to do our homework, right?
Sure.
To go through and when we get we get sometimes 24 different applications, and it's a body of work to go through. But I mean, so I don't see a whole lot flawed in that part of the process. I don't know we could possibly, and by the same token, we're not going to do 24 half-an-hour interviews.
Yeah.
That's too cumbersome. It would be too inefficient.
My thoughts would just be more responsibility on us, if anything, like counselors, in terms of like you said, if 24 people applied and we wanted to do an interview with all of them as a council, like that wouldn't be able to do that. But stuff like that is what I think of. Just maybe, is there anything feasible that is more than just an application?
I do think that there's a possibility, and it's kind of a two-part. One is to Ms. Zahir's point of sort of having some principles or guidelines that are transparent. And so we communicate that. So piece one is, and we don't have to go crazy. In the very beginning, I was thinking, well, we could do a rubric. And it's like, well, but every applicant, it varies on.
Inner educator coming out.
Yeah, it varies on the amount. Some people are like, here's my name, here's my address, I'm interested in this commission. And others say more, right? We too can do, if you want to say a little bit about why you're interested or, whatever. Some of that's communication. But in terms of the homework that we do, it's like maybe there are just some basic standard guidelines that we can look at. Is it, that there's somebody with a great deal of interest, somebody with a great deal of experience, et cetera, so that at least people know what the different characteristics are that we're looking for. And then we communicate out that even if it's something as simple as when we the city advertise that there's board availability, to say we're looking for individuals who have experience, are enthusiastic, are really engaged, because those really are the criteria under which we all are talking about them. But it's just a matter of maybe having it just kind of slightly standardized so that we have that in mind, and then communicating out, these are the types of characteristics and qualities that we want from applicants. And it doesn't have to be a rubric. That would be bad.
I think not getting, a little bit maybe, not too far down that rabbit hole, because it's not always the same characteristics.
No, I don't think it's exactly.
Like tonight, we have something for the Public Art Advisory Committee, right? And so what we're going to look for there might be very different from what we want for like, one of our zoning regulation.
We want to honor, especially
So that's what we probably don't want, but some general, like, hey, be sure and be thorough in your answer. And,
Yeah, I mean, that's
Yeah.
helpful, and it's also, we want to honor the individual and what they're bringing potentially to the commission. So I think so long as we're able to communicate what the types of things that we're looking at, and so maybe a conversation without going into like, well, let me draft something and then we can revise it, which I don't think is what you were suggesting. It's just where my head went initially, and it was like, no, it does not need to be that complicated. But just to be clear and transparent, to say these are the types of qualities that we're looking for in people, and then we assess our applicants by those common characteristics.
And I think I love seeing folks that are really engaged with council or with city knowledge that are applying for the commissions, but I also equally enjoy folks that have very little to no knowledge.
Because we want more.
Yeah,
More
because
people
they
to
come
come
in, I think there's benefits to all of that. We see a lot of folks that are coming off the commission, various reasons why they're coming off the commission before they're finishing their term. Everybody has their right to resign, so no judgment here. But I do wonder if there's not a greater opportunity that we can have before someone applies, just to give them some information about an overall city government, and because they're employees. We learned that a commission, they have there's a lot of responsibilities and requirements that they must adhere to. If someone wants to, call all their emails and, on a specific topic or their text messages, there are things that folks are getting, maybe on the commission, and then we do an introduction for the commissioners, but I think even that pre-introduction might be beneficial so that people have knowledge. So without, going into anything further, I do wonder as a criteria if the council would consider just an intro to, boards and commissions, which could be almost what is the same thing, after they actually become appointed.
I hate to say it, but that would be a great video from our mayor.
Oh, no, I think it can
No,
be
I mean, I'm not-
a
and I'm-
video because it
where
could
it's-
be, it can be from whomever.
Right.
Yeah.
I volunteered
Yeah.
you.
No, I'm fine doing the video, but it can be a video. It can be a video.
Yeah.
I think videos are so much better than just reading something.
Oh,
Depends on the video.
Or meeting, for
we-
example.
Yes.
Just kind of letting the, I hadn't looked at this in a long time, but yeah, it's still there. So there is an FAQ, frequently asked questions part under the boards, commissions, and committee application page. There's right now 3 things listed there, and then it says more FAQs, but it's not going anywhere for me yet. But, what we're talking about almost sounds like that would be a place for that, saying, okay, so when we, tips on filling out your form might be sure to be thorough, don't, one sentence, oh, I just think I'd like to do this, isn't very helpful when I'm trying to evaluate, it just isn't. Also, and what is it, what kind of time commitment, like this, to your point, let people know, like, yeah, if you're on this commission, you'll be expected to meet this many times a month. You'll be expected to go through materials that could equal this many hours. I think that would be a reasonable thing, and that might help some people to get into it and realize, oh, this is way more than I thought it would be. Yeah, just if I'm understanding.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't suggest that we do it specific to each commission because we have over 25 or something
I agree.
like that.
No, in general.
But there are
General
some that are definitely more involved than just a once a month meeting. I think about our HRC.
Yeah.
They're very involved in the community. And so I will just say, my suggestion is not that it's a video that they are optionally looking at. It would be a requirement.
Yeah.
Or prior to them filling out the application so that they have a baseline of what it does mean. And, yeah.
Or even after they apply, maybe, like everybody who applies, send them a video, say, hey, just like, what's your video if you still, this is a requirement, and maybe people after they put the videos, they will withdraw their application and say, like, this
seems-
is what it means to be on the commission. You have to do this, you have to show up, because there is a quorum. I think those people, they don't know sometimes, like, it is a quorum. It is something like if you are not there, they cannot meet.
Yeah.
Same thing what happened with the HGTC, yeah?
It sounds like we've moved from, should it be a topic, to solving the problem right now?
It is
Because I have
something-
like 20 ideas too, but I feel like we
Yeah.
should get through the work list
list.
as opposed to solve this
Okay,
one
so
problem.
it sounds like this maybe come back.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we need
One
to
of the
actually
thing, keep it-
have a work
keep it.
session on it. And I would like, if we're going to do that, I would like Kelly's input as the person
Yeah.
who
Agreed.
manages and the person who we always look to say, what are those unwritten rules? What do we normally do? So I'd hope we do that for when we schedule this discussion.
Yes.
I will say that it is fair game for us to solve something right now and get it off the list as well. So it is allowed, by the way, we noticed this item. But if there's nothing more on this item,
I have nothing.
I guess while you're doing this, because Sean mentioned like sometimes we need more into the applications and something like that. I just want to give you like my story. When I applied first to the CBRB, like long time ago, I was really like, when I look at the application, for me as immigrants, English is my second language. I was like, okay, what should I write here? You know, what this question means. Like many things for me was like, which is the thing that I will write it and will be like, okay, they will select me. And with, you know, like a lot of things. That's why if we really want to like make things diverse, I think the community members, if they want to just serve with the city, we're creating leaders in the community by give them a chance to come and serve in this commission and learn more, because you learn from experience more than just like reading anything. Like if you have hand on things, you learn more. And that's how we create leader in the community. So I don't want this to be like a criteria. You have to have this degree, or you have to have this knowledge, or you have to have a badge. No. Just like I had to go to someone else to help me, by the way, to fill out my application. That's why I think, maybe make it a little bit easy when it comes to this only. I just want to say that.
The one thing I will say is technical assistance, if we are, when we circle back to this, I think that's something to consider. I know with our CDBG and home funds, like, there's technical assistance. When you are getting housing vouchers, there's a requirement there. So I'm not trying to compare apples and making this that, but I do think there still are opportunities that we can give to the community that will, one, help this council better envision why they want to be on the commission, because as a standard, what they submit in application is what we're reading. We would encourage them to reach out to us, and hopefully we'll be able to connect, because the one-on-one is always different than a sheet of paper. Absolutely. So, but we'll continue this discussion at a later date. But yeah, all right.
Thank you.
We'll move on to license plate reader technology discussion.
Oh, yeah.
I think, we decided already that we were not interested in flock cameras, and I
Okay.
personally have not changed my mind on that at all.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I personally need this to come back to me for a discussion session, but I don't know if anybody else feels differently.
I feel like it will come to us regardless. We do have license plate readers that are not flock. So I think talking about those cameras is something I'm interested in. Also, just the knowledge that we do have flock cameras in Iowa City. It's just we allow the university to use our property to put them on. So we have a contract that we can at any time say, get off our lawn in a polite way. So I think an in-depth conversation with staff, with
I see what
whoever.
you're saying.
I think these are things that a discussion will be had one way or another. I don't know if it's going to be one of our work session topics, but yeah.
I was looking at the other way, like, since I have there's nothing that tells me I want to actually go down that path for
Yeah.
flock, that I wouldn't need to have this come back to discuss that, but I see.
For sure, yeah.
I do know that we had conversations about the license plate readers that we already have.
The parking ramps, right?
Yeah, the parking ramps. And so, unless there's, I guess I'm hearing that you're wanting to keep this on.
I don't have a strong feeling. I'm just saying if I don't have a reason to keep it on, but if other people do, I'm not going to lose sleep
I guess
over
at
that.
this moment, anyone else want to keep this on for further discussion?
Yeah, I want to keep it on.
All right, so we have 3.
Yeah.
All right, we'll keep it on. All right. Historic preservation incentive discussion. I'm assuming there's no other conversation on that for now. Maybe we should give a little direction to staff as to what we would need in prep for that conversation, or is staff already figuring out just some basic background on where our license plate readers are now?
We don't have anything to bring to you other than any type of information that would be helpful for your discussion. So just let us know if there's something that you'd like to know, and
Is
we
there-
can present it.
I'm sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. Thinking back to the conversation we had, and I think this was still, Councilor Dunn was on the council then, so this would have been. But the ones in the parking ramp, we're not actually using those currently in terms of the fees, correct? There was at one point in time discussion of using those and getting rid of as the actual fee mechanism, or am I completely misremembering because it's been too long ago?
The ungated parking garages whereby they can collect license plate
Please
numbers.
pull the mic by you, please.
Oh, sorry, I think you're referring to the ungated, specifically
that-
Chauncey Swan, where they can collect license plate numbers when they drive in and ticket them when they drive out if they don't pay.
Yeah.
I don't know if that technology has been started yet.
Well, we've used license plate readers in parking for
For a long
a
time.
decade or more, using that technology to identify somebody that is in violation or that has violations.
In the gated ones, those have not been turned on yet, though, where the,
We're piloting in 2 of the decks
Okay.
on the gated solutions that really, are going to help you exit the
Faster.
facility faster, right? So you don't have to insert your ticket and read it. It'll read your plate as you come up, and we'll know that you don't owe anything because first hour is free, or maybe you owe $2 because you were there an hour and a half. We're piloting that in 2 decks right now.
So I suppose a discussion that I'm envisioning is a discussion about there's a difference between Flock and just license plate reader technology. Flock is a AI-driven weird company that there's a lot of controversy right now about. And I suppose maybe a part of the discussion would be how do we in our police department use these license plate readers? How is the data stored? How is it used? If it's used, those types of things. How this is different than Flock, because I think a lot of people have they're not quite sure.
Sure. Are you thinking, what you're describing almost sounds like a memo in an IP?
Could be.
And then if we want to talk about it further, then we'd have that mechanism in the IP.
Mm-hmm.
Is that?
Well, it can be a memo in the IP, but if it's still on our topics list, then it should just be an agenda item. Unless we're wanting to just have the IP and folks can comment on it should they want to, and then we remove it off the agenda item.
I just think like we need to keep it right now until we get those side. We need to talk about this anyway.
Should just keep it,
Yes.
there can be an IP attached to it,
Exactly.
Yeah.
but we'll keep it on as an agenda item.
Yep.
Okay. All right, anything else on this? Moving right along, historic preservation incentive discussion.
This one probably came up during Poly Eyes, whereby whenever we're faced with landmarking a building and the owner doesn't want it landmarked, but the community desperately does, it becomes a pretty ugly community fight. And the alternative pathway is to incentivize people to voluntarily landmark before we get to that position. So I think we can actually make things better for everybody. So I would prefer to figure out how to make that happen. I also think that this has an interesting correlation too with parking. We know that we've always seen preservation as a public good, but also parking as a public good, and we've allowed exchanges for the two. If we go through the process and reduce parking requirements, then there is a lessened incentive to trade off for historic preservation, and I would be concerned about reducing our parking requirements if it's not part of this conversation. So to me, there's two dimensions of it. One is preventing those really ugly historic preservation fights, and just having people voluntarily do this, but then also getting people who currently are in historic districts the resources they need to maintain their properties. So
Go right ahead.
Go ahead.
I think one of the things that might be helpful is, because this will come back in a further discussion, is saying to staff what we would need, what we would like to be a part. So I just wanted to bring that out there. One of the things I remember is kind of that technical assistance by property owners, saying that there's a lot to historic preservation, especially if you're trying to navigate applications for grants. Various grants could be local, state, federal. And so even having that a part of the incentive package could be beneficial. So I just wanted to make sure that when we're giving some comments and asking staff to, bring something back to us, that we're thinking about what might be a part of this incentives, as you did with the parking requirement.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to, I don't know, again, staff, if you can remind me, Jeff, we had something about this on the last two, like preservation?
No, we didn't.
No?
Right now, you'll see on your agenda today, there's 3 building change grants. We have additional building change
Okay.
grants that we plan to bring to you in the coming months. Many of those have a historic preservation component to it, but that's more on a upkeep and maintenance, smaller restoration, as opposed to what Councilor Mo's talking about, which is really more of the permanent landmarking of structures. So I think if there's kind of 2 different paths. There's the smaller incentives like you're seeing happen with the building change, and we plan to do those every few years at least. But if you want to go down the path that Councilor Mo's speaking about, you probably would consider giving this to your Historic Preservation Commission to identify a certain number of properties that are of most interest, and then directing staff to go talk to those property owners and see if there are steps that could be taken in both parties' best interest to lead to the designation of those properties as landmarks.
But are we just talking about when we want to preserve, or also we're talking about like maintenance and all these kind of things too?
There's 2 topics that I think are both worthy of our
Yes,
discussion. So this
exactly.
is really
Yeah.
two issues.
I want to just make sure
Yeah.
that
And I was
we're talking
thinking,
about those two.
yeah, there's sort of the macro that you were talking about, but then the smaller.
People who currently are making our community beautiful by maintaining their historic properties
Right. And I
need
know
some
that
technical help sometimes.
And I think that that's something that the Historic Preservation Commission has been much more on the front lines, because the people who are coming and applying or saying, I want to make these shifts and changes, then are, it's the back and forth of like, well, you can do this, but here's what you
Right.
must do. And it's like, my God, this is so expensive. And that there had been some conversations about ways to help mitigate
Yeah.
that. And I know that we do have small grants, but, and that there's loan opportunities as well through the state. But I do think having kind of that twofer in mind could be useful, because as you say, there's people who are doing the work to help maintain the beauty and the history, but it's expensive. So if there are ways that we could, I love the idea of just putting it back to the commission, because I know that there had been some ideas about that stemming from the commission already. So rather than us counting our fingers and toes, I think that the people who are much more experienced would have some ideas. I like that idea.
And my sense would be maybe what you were saying, Jeff, on the landmarking, excuse me, the landmarking issue in particular, we're not talking about a huge universe of properties, right? Like, we probably have a pretty good idea of,
Critical properties that might have changed ownership in the recent past that have previously been studied.
yeah. So I like that idea too, rather than, or maybe as a step towards to see if we need some kind of
Yeah.
policy level incentive.
Is it reasonable to, I don't know if this stays on other topics for us, pending their report to us?
Yeah, whatever they would report would come to you, and then you can decide at that time whether you want to schedule it or act upon it. So what I would suggest is that we just remove this based on the conversation here. Staff will frame up a request from the council to the Historic Preservation Commission, and probably several months from now, you'll get a response.
Cool.
Maintenance, has been a huge debate. When we're talking about materials, I think I would like the commission to have a discussion, because I think materials 30 years ago is so different from materials today that, in my opinion, some of it could still meet to the eye from a distance, meet that need to still be historic. I think it would be worth a conversation for the commission to have that. I know that there are certain guidelines that, historic preservation follow to make it historic. I think I would like them to have that conversation, and I don't know if anyone else up here would be in agreement with that.
So that would be a third leg of this, which is the guidelines in which property owners have to follow. That is going to be that's a large undertaking. It certainly can be done, and those guidelines need to be reviewed from time to time, but that's a much more complex request than the first two.
I mean, we're dealing with it a lot.
At some point, I seem to recall we wondered about getting, whether it was climate action staff and historic preservation staff or the commissions even together, because I think some of the complaints that have risen to the surface are like, some of these methods and materials are way less efficient than what we could be doing, and so what's the impact of continuing those guidelines? Do you know if conversations like that ever happened?
There was certainly some discussion. I don't know that it ever materialized into a request. I don't think it did.
I like that thought too, because there's a lot of misinformation about new materials that are supposedly superior to old materials, and that's because there's people who make a lot of money selling the new windows, but there's not a lot of money in restoring old ones. But there's a lot of good data out there that suggests otherwise, so having those people talking would be helpful. So, and windows are always that topic because they're expensive and complicated.
I think we would want to let staff know if there's actually an appetite for us to direct a big overhaul
Of the guidelines.
of the guidelines.
I mean-
I think the commission had brought that at some point, and we said, no, it's too big of a,
Yeah, I think
Lift.
I'd want to consult with staff a little bit with the comp plan turning into the zoning code rewrite. I'm not sure that now's the best time from a staff capacity to prioritize that, but I'd want to have that conversation with staff before I gave you that definitive advice.
And I'm wondering if that could be not now, but it's a pending topic, so to speak, that the request could go out for those first two, knowing that this is still looming in the background about an overhaul to the guidelines. But maybe as a first step could be the two commissions talking together. And that wouldn't,
How about this, instead of staff just going straight to HPC, why don't we frame up this issue in writing for you all? We'll frame up all three of these, the two incentives and this piece. I'll be better informed by talking with staff, and then you all can decide which of those three you want to send to the commission and which you may want to drop, if any.
sounds good.
Yeah, sounds great. I will say that I think it's imperative that the city take on the topic of materials. I think is imperative, especially talking about climate action and what people are experiencing being a historic property owner. I thank them all. They're making our city have visible history that otherwise would be kind of, potentially washed away. But I do think that discussion needs to happen and see where it lands. So, all right. We'll move on to the University of Iowa update, and that is just where we invite the University of Iowa. We did have,
But 2 years ago, wasn't it already?
it was last year. I want to say it was about June.
Is it really?
No, it's probably been a couple of years.
Oh, was it?
Time flies.
Oh, my
I've had it
God.
since I've been on council. It's
are
been
we
more
talking
than
about
2 years.
the like capital projects
Yeah.
one?
Yep.
Yeah, that was really
Yeah.
good.
Wow. Yeah.
I don't know if I'm inventing this or remembering this, but I know that in my particular interest in a Iowa River Master Plan, since the university has so much investment in that, that's, I think, where this maybe came from, is we don't know exactly what they want from the Iowa River, but yet we have a desire to have a comprehensive plan for the Iowa River. So I would love to be very much focused on what are they doing?
And maybe, yeah, I suppose that could be
could
part of the
focus it.
discussion. I think that was different than what I was imagining when David Keff got up and told us where they were going to spend their billions of dollars. Would like to have that,
Sure.
that presentation
Okay.
again.
That'd be great. I had written down, what does this mean? So this is good news.
That's what it
Yeah,
was.
This is good information.
Yeah.
Better Together 2030 is also, looking at the river.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I don't think there's a problem with having the what the heck is happening with the river as a pending topic.
Yeah.
I would be favorable to that. I think
Yeah.
it may be different than what
Y-
this
Yeah.
item was.
Yeah, it's beyond just the river. It's the, what are they
Yes.
planning on doing?
Iowa River stakeholders.
Yeah, so Iowa River stakeholders, I like that. As a separate topic, but the University of Iowa update, I think it's just good because they're doing a lot.
Yeah.
So it'd be great, especially with Mercy Hospital, the old Mercy.
Yeah,
So the University of Iowa City campus, just to, get all the updates
Information,
that they're
yeah.
willing to do.
Yeah, because they were still talking about closing Mayflower when we had that presentation.
sir. That's a
while
So it was a while ago.
And there'll be some more movements of buildings that I think it would be nice to just hear and know. All right.
Cool.
Sidewalk connection to Happy Hollow Park.
How much of this is, sorry. I was just going to say, how much of this is contingent on the developer that ultimately buys that property and
I
what
don't
the
know that
plan
it does.
is? Or is it that we build the connection and they will like it?
I was under the impression that it could be something that once there is a plan for that property, because there currently isn't one,
Right.
that's when staff would look at it and come to us with something more cohesively. That was my understanding. I don't know if that's.
So what you asked after that rezoning was that we go ahead and start designing the improvements. So we're under contract and we're designing that improvement. You'll see it in tomorrow's work session as we go through the CIP. That'll be a funded item in one of the out years. Ultimately, the decision on when to move forward or if to, you have to look at the impacts to the park to decide if you want to move forward first. But if and when becomes your decision, you could hold that project until there's movement on that neighboring property where there's apartment complexes planned. Or you could go ahead and do it knowing that eventually that land will develop and then our connections will be ready to be kind of plugged into those redevelopment
Well, that's
plans.
awesome. That exceeds my expectations.
So I propose that we remove this from the work session list, pending list, because we're going to talk about it.
The CIP already? Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, great.
All right.
Get rid of something.
All right. Low-income utility discount program. There was an IEP from April 2025.
I think that's my suggestion. I really first want to acknowledge the intent, behind this program and the effort that the city put to make, this water's affordability. That's no doubt. But I just have a concern about how the discount structure and whether these outcomes fully align with our equity goals. I feel like the current water discount structure works best for those with the smallest bill because it is from the basic, not necessarily those with the greatest need. I think if the city is serious about equity and affordability, it is reasonable and responsible that we revisit this and talk about it because there is a way we can make it really win-win for the city, not losing money, and for the people with greatest need, do it. And I'm going to give you an example. For example, if somebody's bill is $50 and we give up to 70, 75, we raise it from 65, I think, let us say 70. If we give them 70% from their basic, For the person whose bill is 50 and 70 out of like between 36 to 40, which is the basic, that's the person get the most discount. But if we talked about somebody whose bill is 100 or 200, again, the 60% is only from the 36. So I don't think this is equity. This could be equality, I think. I don't know. My English is my second language. But I think, if we really need equity, we can make it a percentage that benefit both. For the person whose bill is 50, for example, I'm going to just throw a number. If we give 15% from the whole bill, it will be less than the 65% that we give him if we do it from the basic. And also, the same 15, if we give it to somebody whose bill is 100, it's only $15, or 200, it's $30. So that's why I'm just really want you to revisit this. And we can do it in a way that the city does not lose money. Instead of give more to the person whose bill is 50, instead of give them almost, I don't know what's 70 out of 36, almost 20 something. So instead, we can give them only 10 or 15 discount, and the same amount can subsidize somebody else. I can work on this if I take it as a project and come with something if the city staff doesn't have time. But I feel like the city staff is knowledgeable, and they can come up with something will be win-win for both. That's why I would request revisiting this.
I think last spring I offered to work with you on this, Mazahir, and I would be glad to pick that up if the council is amenable to kind of let's go look at it, learn more, maybe talk with staff separately, and then come back.
Come back,
Is that?
if the council is okay with it.
Yeah, I like the idea of coming back with how many people does this impact and what's the fiscal impact? I mean, those are just the two basic questions that
Sure, yeah.
Would love to keep it.
And in the meantime, you can look at the memo that the city provided on the IB.
While we're bringing up water,
Would that then be that it will stay on, or that it will become an agenda
it'll
item?
stay on.
It'll stay on.
Stay on.
While we're bringing up water, and we're talking about the first item that we talked about, I think really, how can we work with our landlords? I will suggest we change the name. If we're wanting to work with somebody, calling them a predator may not be the most inviting words, to take it to the landlord association. So I might suggest we change that language.
Are you jumping back up to the first topic?
Well, it just hit me, language-wise. But when we're talking about water, since we're talking about water, at times there are renters, because renters most of them pay their own water bill, and there could be a leak in the toilet.
Yes.
And I just talked to someone last week that their bill is $600 because of the leak in their toilet. And it's been this way for months. And so the landlord, they have requested that the landlord come out and change it. We do know that the city does allow for
One time.
a one-time, once it is fixed, they'll give some credit back to whoever pays the bill. But if you're going out months and months and months, you're only going to get one repayment. So I think that's just something that I wanted to add to that discussion. I don't know if it plays any part in the first topic with the landlords, but I think it's worth mentioning because there are folks that are paying quite a bit of money. Typically, it wouldn't be $600, but for this one individual, it was.
It was before 600. We have individual who have the same thing. I think I talked to you before. Yeah. It's happening.
Yeah, and this is a different individual than that
Exactly.
one.
Mayor, I want to make sure I understood into which of these prior topics you wanted to place that.
So when we're talking about
Priorities.
the legal steps, where we're talking about opportunities with our landlords. And if we're going to go to the landlord association, some of these, we can bring up issues that we're hearing from folks. And I just bring it up. Or however it plays out.
I have a thought on this, if you don't mind,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor. So I think we do want to discourage and prevent bad faith and predatory property investors. And I think we want to name that, but I think there's room, from what I'm hearing you say, to say, and encourage ethical landlord.
Sure.
It's kind of two different things, because the original intent here was to look at the legal things we could do, because there are, we're talking about two different categories of people that I certainly don't want to conflate, and that is there are predatory private equity firms that are incredibly impactful to people in our community, people in our own families that are suffering from these kinds of people. So I think we want to make sure that we don't let them off the hook, but I appreciate what you're saying. If some of the solutions we find, the other side of that, in trying to have positive conversations with landlords. But I would think too that want to emphasize that ethical business people, whether any business, landlords, whatever the case may be, also want to get rid of the bad actors, right? And so I think we do want to make sure that we acknowledge that. So I kind of agree, but I think leaving in something about, hey, there are some bad actors out there, and we want to look for whatever we can do, whatever legally that we have powers that we have, to make sure that we are disincentivizing those folks and protecting our own. So that's kind of my thought on that. So
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. But I just also want to add that there is many things that the tenant have a right to contact the housing inspector to fix if the landlord did not fix. Like many things, like a toilet that is not working, and they call many times the landlords, they never come, so they can contact the city on that. I know there is many good things that the city handle it, but some stuff also will be like cosmetic things that city does not handle it. But this should be one of them. Like the water is broken, I have high
talking
bill.
about two different things.
Yeah.
Private equity firms are their own beast.
No, I mean like I'm talking about what the mayor was bringing, like the water is like have high bill because of the leaking. I think that's something, that something be add also for the people to complain to the city if the landlord did not, fix it.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know this is maybe it's not like an emergency like the heat or the bathroom is not working or like toilet is not working or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, if we
But
want,
it's still,
adds
as
up.
you said, it add up. I don't know.
yeah, I mean, if we want to have a discussion at some point about whether or not we ideologically think that landlording is inherently exploitative, I'd love to have that conversation. But I think keeping in, I think the vast majority of people would think that I am not a bad faith or predatory property investor or landlord, but and so they would want to distance themselves from that. So I think bringing this at the same time, I think you would. I don't know what you would hear back, to be honest, but I think I agree with you, Sean, that naming it and separating it,
different things, yeah.
giving people the opportunity to
Yes.
separate it,
Yeah.
I think you bring up a good point. Who's going to say, yes, I am?
Yeah.
Right?
The bad one.
And oftentimes, most of us can't see where our flaws are. So if you're trying to work with someone to really benefit the people of our community, I think, in this moment, without fully thinking about where language of partnership will be most beneficial, because that's what we're asking ultimately, is for partnership. So yes, there are places where predatory language is appropriate. And, do you have to say it when you're listing the challenges that folks are facing within our community if we're going to a certain group? I don't know that you need to, state that word, but because really you're trying to, at the end of the day, you're trying to negotiate a partnership for the benefit of our community members. So just something to think about. I don't know that we need to debate it here today any further because staff will come back with something. We'll move on to item number,
Two left, I'm sorry, I was just thinking out loud.
yes. We'll move on to the next item, follow-up on post-CPRB outreach plans.
So this is something that came to you last fall. We had Chief Liston present. There was a memo in your packet at some point in that fall. I think staff and council were maybe on two different wavelengths with that discussion. Staff was more focused on how is the police department and potentially the city manager's office going to be trying to solicit more feedback in the community. And I think you all still had a little bit of how are we going to maintain some framework of a CPRB within the parameters of law. And that conversation was a little bit disjointed. We haven't really returned to that. Although the police department has put together, more outreach events, and Chief Liston has, I think they just had their first kind of quarterly chiefs meeting with the community this past month, and they plan to continue those at minimum quarterly, probably more frequently going forward. So we can detail those outreach plans. I don't really know where you all stand and still looking at what kind of citizen review can take place within the parameters of the new Iowa law, but that's where this one was left.
One, I want to say I think is very beneficial for the community to have opportunity to engage with the chief. I think that's great. I do understand that at least with the CPRB, there was greater opportunity to have discussions on specific things that was often in confidential, closed to the public settings. Given that we don't have the opportunity to do the things that we did with the CPRB, I for one, am comfortable continuing with what the chief is doing now. And if there is something specific that comes up, unless someone has something today, I think it's just presented to the council at that time.
Yeah, this is, when I think about it, I think about our conversation about how we were kind of on different pages. And when I think about the police and the chief doing more outreach events, I think, they can certainly do that. I just think about this as something completely separate, a community-driven, not involving the police unless they were asked to be involved in whatever. And I don't know how much work, if any work's been done trying to formulate what that could potentially look like, but that's definitely something I'm interested in. And I know that when we were having conversations publicly about this, when people were like, what the hell, why is this on the agenda? And we explained, hey, the state's making us do this, but we're trying to come up with alternatives. So I think we should still be trying to come up with an alternative.
When you say something community-driven, I'm just curious to know if that
Is that government?
if government is involved with that at all.
It could be. I think, if I'm remembering correctly from our conversation, we were trying to parse what type of city committee or organization we could have that didn't meet the criteria of committee and organizations, so it didn't need to have all the quorum rules or something like this, so it doesn't meet that that criteria, but could still function, not in a way where you do the illegal thing, which is the currently illegal thing, which is you review personnel conduct, but just something that is not police-centered or police-involved, where people are able to come forward with things about what they're experiencing in the community. And I'm not somebody and I don't have a specific laid-out idea about what that could look like, but to my knowledge, when we had that conversation, that is, it ended at, okay, well, we will think about coming up with something like that.
Yeah, I think if we're talking about a forum where folks can come and say anything, their experience. And on the flip side, you know, there's nothing that we, the city, may be able to say, you know, depending on, you know, if it's an employee thing, we can't, you know, share certain things. I don't know that that's wise on our part. Public opinion is real when someone hears something, and in this moment, I think the chief putting himself out there to, and I'll take that word back, the chief offering, you know, this, you know, quarterly meeting in the moment seems like a good first step or, you know, position for us to be in. Should there be something specific along the road that someone wants to suggest, then I think they could always bring it up and see if that's a topic that the council wants to take on. But at least for me, leaving this on here for now, I don't think it's necessary unless there's something specific that someone is proposing.
No, I think we were talking about what the CPRB could do. One was the sort of individual conduct oversight, which they cannot do, and one of the other roles that they served was the policy review, which is a little more in-depth, and that's what we actually received recommendations on typically, or at least within my tenure. So I don't recall where we left it, but I thought that was one idea of like, what is the policy review mechanism, and is there something we would want to do around that?
We do have our HRC, and I think that was
Yeah, and I
mentioned
think
as
we did
well.
talk about that
Yeah.
as far as more of the concerns about complaints or discriminatory conduct would go through HRC.
And just kind of, just remind, as I think about it, I remember that we also made a point of adding this into our legislative thing about giving us back our CPRB, which in a form that actually would do something like it was supposed to do from the beginning. So, I mean, that's out there too. So whatever we do with this, we are actively, you know, wanting to get that oversight back. I mean, that's a desire of this council. We were all pretty unanimous on that.
Is there something that we would like, we had Stephanie come and do a presentation on the functions of the HRC. Is there something that we would just ask staff to present to us on the policy portion of it? We can broaden that language. Is there any aspects of what the HRC, of what the CPRB used to do that can continue under the umbrella of the HRC? I think that would be something that is specific, can come back with a report, but
As somebody who was serving on that, I think, you know, the same way that you complain, you can still complain at the, you know, the Human Rights Commissions. And the only thing is, I think, the forum that they do for the community forum, and that can be still done by maybe the Human Rights Commissions, I don't know, or by the police department, I don't know. But that's the only thing. I don't know, but my personal, like, really understanding about the CPRB, it was not something that it have a teeth or was like really doing things. We just make the people feel better by doing the complaint, and even if the complaint sustained, nothing was happening. So I don't know how much you want to talk about that.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, if everybody else is okay with removing it, I suppose the reason I would like to see it is because I was under the impression that this was something that staff was going to try to come up with some type of thing for us, function for us, and give suggestions or guidance. But, you know, that's just me.
I mean, to be honest, that wasn't my recollection, because
Okay.
we had had such a robust conversation about the role of the city in something that no longer is allowed by state, and the fact that even when we did have the CPRB, that it didn't have teeth, so to speak. And so what would essentially the point be? Those are my recollections. So it's additionally, I think that what you're describing to me sounds so much more about like, what mechanisms does the community have? And so it seems to me, I'm trying to do 2026 with a little bit more simplicity. And the fact that we do have the Human Rights Commission and that there is a mechanism, and in many ways that having a complainant have a body of people listen to the complaint, adjudicate it, in many ways is, you would want more, and yet we've been given even that opportunity, had that opportunity taken away. So if there is another official commission that could serve that purpose, it feels like it would be a good trade-off to be able to communicate that if people have concerns, complaints, et cetera, that the Human Rights Commission could be an avenue to be heard, rather than to try to stand something up that is incredibly amorphous and probably even less impactful.
And I get that. And also considering time, I mean, we don't have to necessarily hash it out right now, too.
Yes.
So I am hearing maybe just remove the CPRB from the work session list. And the HRC is already a space where folks can go. I'm seeing heads nod. Okay, all right. The last one that we have to do within 5 minutes or less is the strategic plan prioritization. So there's no way that we'll be able to kind of do that, but I'll open it up for conversation.
I think we should leave it on the list and
Yes.
schedule a time to
Yes.
do it.
I think it should be a facilitated discussion. That might not be a work session, but it should be facilitated.
Yes.
I would agree. I think it was invaluable to have someone who could wrangle
Yeah,
all the pieces. And
that'd be awesome.
Agreed.
Good enough.
Can we plan for that kind of after we get through the budget?
Yes.
Materials.
Please.
Yes.
Yeah.
Please.
One,
Sold.
again, what are we hoping to get out of this? Because our staff, they're going to present us with the CIP, they're going to present us with the budget. And we know that they're looking at our strategic plan every time they are presenting us with some stuff.
Well, I think if we look at the 2022, even the materials that were in our IP, I think we can see that like there probably is some movement and reprioritization that we would want to do and look at, just even because circumstances have changed. So I think it's just a facilitated conversation to like narrow the focus and make it more clear.
Well, I had kind of a thought on that because kind of dovetailing the two different ideas about we've already had discussions about our strategic plan stuff that's already into the budget process that started last September. If we were going to do something about just coming back to this, to me that's late summer, early fall, because then we
Informing
can
the
take stuff
next
off of
Yes.
there before they start this process
Yeah.
again. And I agree, it
Yes.
would not make any sense to start that now.
And
So I
Makes
think
sense.
it's not reshuffling the whole deck. It's a matter of saying, we know that we've been working on this, or this is accomplished.
Sure.
This is what's in flight. And then looking ahead as we look towards sort of the tail end of our strategic plan of what we still need to do and what's in process. Are they still the priorities as were marked in 2022, or again, have they shifted? So
Have
it's,
they shifted? Or-
it's kind of, it's narrowing the funnel in a way and just reprioritizing, I think, potentially in the same way that the city would come to us actually with the ARPA dollars and to say, here's what we've spent, here's what's still available. Is this actually, are we still feeling this way? So that the money could be allotted in the programs and, narrowing that bucket of housing. Well, this program has come up and here's this opportunity. Great, let's put it there, or what have you.
So I think expectations of what that, because when I hear a facilitated meeting, that seemed like there was going to be an activity, something planned, and I think there was a lot of conversation surrounding council. We can do our own homework on the strategic plan, and if there's something that we want to kind of, bring some attention to, reshift, should that be the, where the council is. So is that still, I mean, because that's kind of what I'm hearing now, is that, it's going to come up in the fall. Maybe staff will have some things that are in the pipeline that they're thinking about that they might want to present to us, that it's an idea, but don't want to circle.
No, I don't think there's new
Or reinvent the
items.
wheel.
I don't think there's a major change in what's in the strategic plan. I don't think there's things that are removed or added. I think it's just prioritization and also getting us all on the same page for like, these are the strategic plan items that we will be
And even
focused on and we will achieve.
Yeah, even like specification on like specific things that have been done and looking and continuing to do those things in particular, because
So a report?
yeah, it could be. The strategic plan is just very broad and just focusing and honing in on the things and the strategies that we've done that work and what our priorities are now, the new political landscape. Yeah.
And I heard Josh and Megan saying a facilitated conversation would be good. So I think that's a change from what we were talking about before. I also think a facilitated conversation would be good, even if it's just like 2 hours, you know?
Is it with staff or is it with,
ECOG, I don't
or
care.
is it with ECOG?
It depends on who wants to do it.
We can leave it on there, and we can circle back to that maybe at the end of our budget process to sort
Okay.
of do some planning for a
Scheduling.
couple months further on.
All right, we'll revisit that item after the budget. All right, anything else? All right,
I'm very sorry, everybody.
we are at the end of our time, just want to make you aware.
Okay. I guess I just wanted to flag that I think we all got that memo from the city attorney regarding initial research into public banking. I think it came out with like a we don't know kind of answer. Potentially might need to do more research in the future. I know more research is currently happening, but I think adding it to a work session topic, I think I've come to we need to do that because I feel as though we're kind of caught in the middle between we shouldn't have it on a work session until we know we can do it. Well, we don't know exactly what is happening legally, but in order to invest in those resources to research it, we need to know what it is and if it's worth doing that. So that is why I would like to add that discussion so we can hear from experts. We can hear from our staff who've been looking into it. We can ask questions.
So there's a proposal to add this topic. Just wanted to get
Yeah.
a sense of
Specifically-
if council wants to.
Would that be a topic or again, an agenda item where there's a presentation or something?
It's like a work session.
I would imagine a work
discussion.
session discussion.
Yeah, I saw at least 3 heads, so we're going to put it on
Okay.
on a future work session. All right.
Thank you.
We are going to have council updates on the board assign boards, commissions, and committees after our formal agenda with council reports. At this point, we're going to consider ourselves adjourned and be back at 6 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, they are.
You're on now.
Hello, this is just to let you know that we will begin in 2 minutes.
Remind me to turn it back on. You're off again, so.
All right, well, welcome to your City Hall. Today is Tuesday, January 21st, and I'm going to call this January 20th. And I'm going to call the City of Iowa City meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Alter.
Here.
Burgess.
Here.
Harmson.
Here.
Moe.
Here.
Saleh.
Here.
Teague.
Here.
Wyland.
Here.
All right, well, welcome to your City Hall. For those I haven't seen since last year, Happy New Year. All right, we're going to move on to item number 2, which is proclamations. 2A is World Hijab Day. Whereas the people of the great city of Iowa City, who come from a variety of backgrounds, are united in certain foundational beliefs, including affirming the inherent dignity of all people, the right of every individual to be treated with respect, and the right of all residents to practice their religion freely. And whereas the legislative body is proud to recognize Sunday, February 1st, 2026, as World Hijab Day. And whereas the hijab, a traditional veil which covers a woman's hair, neck, and chest, has been an important part of the history of Islam and is meant to promote dignity, respect for women, while maintaining modesty and honoring religious faith. And whereas World Hijab Day was founded by Naza Khan as a day set aside for women of different cultures who do not normally wear the hijab to experience wearing one for a day, with the purpose of encouraging religious tolerance, cultural understanding, and intentional solidarity. And whereas on February 1st, 2013, the world celebrated the first annual World Hijab Day in recognition of millions of Muslim women who choose to wear the hijab and live a life of religious faith. And whereas since its inception, World Hijab Day has included participants from communities around the globe. And whereas to combat prejudice, leaders within the American Muslim community continue to work diligently to demonstrate that wearing the hijab is a personal choice, a freedom and expression of faith, while also educating their fellow residents about Islam in meaningful and relevant ways. And whereas one of America's greatest strengths has been its ability to embrace diverse faith and allow individuals to express their beliefs freely. And in this spirit, World Hijab Day encourages understanding, acceptance, and mutual respect among all people. And whereas it is the sense of this legislative body to honor events that highlight the rich and diverse heritage of city, state, and national, while encouraging greater religious tolerance, respect, and understanding within our own community. Now, therefore, I, Bruce Teague, Mayor of Iowa City, do hereby proclaim Sunday, February 1st, 2026, to be World Hijab Day. Yes. And we have a wide variety of people here to accept this proclamation today, and I'm going to ask them all to come up at this time as they give words during this time. And we'll ask the ones that are not speaking to also just stand and let us recognize you, all the folks that are here for this proclamation right now today. If you can all stand and the speakers come forth.
Hello, City Council members and everybody. My name is Umne Ahmed, and I am a senior at West High School. We, as a Muslim community, are so grateful for this proclamation recognizing World Hijab Day. This moment will go down in history as one filled with so much hope. As a Black Sudanese woman who wears the hijab, my lived experience is rooted in my faith as well as my race. These two identities are both frequently misjudged, especially when fused together. Being a Black hijabi, as many of us are here today, we are often criticized first and understood later. But we still wear our hijabs with pride, the item of clothing that shows the world that we are resilient, strong, self-determined women. This proclamation is important to every hijabi because it validates that women who look like me are valued, whether that be in leadership, in the community, or in leading this city's future. Thank you, City Council, for recognizing our faith and our capability to show up fully as ourselves. Your support helps us build a city of inclusion with no limits, a place where everyone belongs. Thank you.
Great.
Good evening, City Council. It is a pleasure to be here tonight. My name is Spokme Muklis, and I live in Iowa City. I came here from Afghanistan in 2023. Receiving this proclamation recognizing World Hijab Day means so much to us. It represents recognition and understanding for Muslim women in our city. Moments like this affirm that our voices and identities are valued in spaces that shape our shared future. For those who may not be familiar, the hijab is not just a piece of cloth. It is a meaningful part of how many Muslim women engage with the world, grounded in faith, responsibility, and personal conviction. For us, it is a source of strength, confidence, and a deep sense of identity. As a woman that wears hijab, too often we are underestimated, judged, or whispered about before anyone takes the time to understand us. People sometimes assume that covering means limitation, but choosing modesty does not make us any less capable, intelligent, or valued. I have learned that even a simple conversation, a question asked with curiosity, can dissolve assumption and open door to understanding. Those small moments are quietly powerful. This proclamation encourages dialogue, respect, and inclusion. It reminds Muslim women that they are seen, supported, and respected in our city. And it reminds our community that diversity is not something to be understood, not feared of. On behalf of Mariam Girls Club and Muslim women in Iowa City, thank you for issuing this proclamation and for helping build a community where every person is welcomed, respected, and free to be who they are and who they aspire to become. Thank you.
Great.
Good evening. My name is Fatima. I'm in 10th grade and I go to Liberty High School. And I've been a part of Mariam Girls Club since my freshman year of high school. And during this time, it has played a significant role in shaping my personal growth and values. Through the club, I have learned important stories and moral lessons connected to my faith, which have strengthened my understanding, resilience, and sense of responsibility. The Mariam Girls Club brings together girls from middle school through high school, so I'm always around girls who are in my age group. This creates a supportive and inclusive environment where I'm able to connect with peers who share similar experiences. These shared experiences, such as wearing the hijab and navigating identity, have helped us grow into more confident, faithful, and empowered young women. The club fosters a strong sense of belonging. And through our volunteer work and group activities, I have learned the importance of unity, service, and building meaningful connections with our broader community. Wearing the hijab is a personal and beautiful, meaningful journey. Through this journey, I have come to understand its deeper significance as an expression to my faith, modesty, and identity. By wearing it, I embrace my commitment to my beliefs and represent who I am as a proud Muslim female. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to this Iowa City Council for proclaiming February 1st as World Hijab Day. The proclamation is a meaningful step forward, addressing misconceptions about hijabi women and promoting greater understanding and inclusion. It also serves as an important reminder of the tolerance, respect, and mutual understanding that strengthens our community regardless of differences in faith. Our Muslim community, and the Mariam Girls Club in particular, is a valued and active part of Iowa City. On behalf of hijabi women everywhere, I express my heartfelt appreciation for the recognition, visibility, and demonstration to the World Hijab Day proclamation. Thank you.
Right, thank you.
Well, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mayor and honorable Iowa City Council members. We are grateful to be back here once again as we consider the World Hijab Day proclamation. Tonight is especially meaningful as it aligns with the spirit of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, a day that calls us to honor justice, to honor dignity, and to honor liberation, and the courage to stand against injustice wherever it is. Dr. King reminded us that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. That truth remains valid and alive today. Hijabi women and girls continue to experience prejudice, harassment, and oppression, often from those who claim to defend freedom and women's rights. Too often, our choice to live faithfully and modestly is misunderstood and attacked and ridiculed. Today's proclamation is a gift to the middle school girl in our community who just got bullied simply for choosing to wear the hijab. It is a gift to the hijabi girls in the Iowa City Community School District who have had their hijabs pulled off by peers. Acts rooted in misogyny and ignorance in the belief that women must be molded into a single, narrow image to be accepted. This proclamation is our way of saying clearly and unapologetically, we are here and we will stay here. We are determined to continue our journey by replacing ignorance with knowledge, fear with understanding, and hate with tolerance. I stand before you as a reminder of Fatima al-Fihri. If you have never heard about her, she is a Muslim hijabi woman who founded the University of Al-Qarawiyyin, recognized as the first degree-granting university in the world, and a cornerstone of modern higher education. I stand before you as a reminder of Muslim women who contribute profoundly to science, navigation, knowledge, work that laid the foundation for technologies which we depend on it today. And finally, I stand before you as a reminder of Mary, the mother of Jesus, peace be upon them both. The icon of faith and modesty, resilience, and honor, revered by billions across faiths, the modest woman who I am named the club after. These women and countless others remind us that modesty have never been a barrier to greatness. Only prejudice does. We ask our community to welcome and respect us for who we are, regardless of whether you personally accept us or not. Our principles and convictions are not weakened by rejections. Rather, rejection obstructs the coexistence and undermines the integrity of a community that we all belong to. Tonight, our youth showed up here to speak proudly, to stand up for what they believe in, and to witness their local government doing what is right for them. This proclamation is more than just words. It's a message that will echo through generations, telling our children that they belong, that they are protected, and that their city stands with them. To show support and to put this proclamation into practice, we invite you and the community to join us at the Celebration Choice World Hijab Day at the Iowa City Public Library on Saturday, January 31st, and also from 2 to 4, and also invite you to attend the World Hijab Day celebration at the Coralville Public Library. We are partnering with them this year again at the cafe from 1 to 3 on February 1st. These gatherings are opportunities to learn, to listen, to stand together in solidarity. Thank you for your leadership, the courage, and the commitment to justice in here. May Iowa City continue to be a place where diversity is not merely tolerated, but honored and practiced. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you all. These youth are our leaders of today. Good to have you all here today. All right, we're going to move on to item number 3, which is a special presentation. 3A is Bird-Friendly Iowa Dedication. And come on up at this time.
Yes, well, thank you. I want to first say I really appreciate the City Council making space for this topic on their agenda tonight. I know you have a full agenda ahead of you, so it's really meaningful that you are making the space to think about and talk about the value of birds in your community. My name is Erica Place, and I serve on the steering committee for Bird Friendly Iowa, which is an education and outreach program that works across the state to promote birds and conserve the habitats that they need. And we recognize communities who are doing an exceptional job at those things. So communities who are taking steps to protect and restore and enhance bird habitat in their communities, reducing threats to birds like preventing window collisions, and educating and engaging people in birding and conservation in a variety of ways. And we feel that this is important because birds are more than just a beautiful thing to look at or to enjoy at your feeders. They are critical to everything from pest control, in our agriculture fields, in our gardens, just in the environment in general. They are responsible for plant pollination, and they are indicators of how healthy the environment as a whole is. And as important as birds are, as intertwined as birds are with people, they are struggling due to a variety of factors, not just here in Iowa, but worldwide. There was a recent study done in North America specifically, and they found that there are 3 billion fewer individual birds in North America than there were in 1970. So in just 50 years, we've lost 3 billion individual birds. Their populations across species have shrunk by that much. So I really want to emphasize that the work being done in Iowa City matters. It matters to the birds that live here, it matters to the birds who migrate through here, and it makes an incredible difference. So we were thrilled to see Iowa City submit an application to become designated as bird friendly, and we were very impressed, to say the least. It was probably the most thorough application I have seen during my time on the steering committee, and it held just some really impressive achievements. And just to name a few, the city is doing an incredible job of encouraging native habitat and reduced chemical use on privately owned land. They're also doing an amazing job educating and engaging the public with birding hikes and other events that draw attention to birds and their value, and incorporating nature-based solutions throughout the city to address modern-day problems was also really impressive. So much so that we are lifting Iowa City up as an example for other communities in our communications that we put out throughout the state. Not only was Iowa City able to put together a really solid application to become designated, but it was so impressive that you also reached high flyer status, which is a level of achievement that is reserved for the communities that truly are going above and beyond. And it has, to my knowledge, never been given to a community at the time of designation. That's usually something that is achieved years down the road. So all in all, just really want to impress upon you that there is great work being done in this community. I am thankful. Bird Friendly Iowa is thankful. Birds are thankful. And we're really pleased that you value this designation and wanted to pursue it. I think you had some things to say too.
And thank you. Welcome.
Welcome. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
All right. My name is Seth Dudley. I'm a member of the Iowa City Bird Club, and I work for the Iowa City Parks Department. I wanted to thank you, council members, for the opportunity to speak this evening. And without your support, this would not have been possible. I'd also like to thank Julie Seidel Johnson, Director of Parks and Rec, as well as Tyler Baird, the Superintendent of the Parks, for all their work and help with this project. I'd like to thank Erica for coming down here from Des Moines to be part of this, and for my committee members and the Iowa City Bird Club for all of their help. I just like to say a few words regarding this High Flyers certification that we have as a bird-friendly community. This designation is a validation of the hard work that the city, and in particular the Parks and Recreation Department, have put in over the last decade. This didn't happen overnight. It reflects years of thoughtful planning, stewardship, and commitment to our natural spaces. Some might ask why this certification matters. Simply put, what's good for the birds is good for us. Birds need clean air to breathe, fresh water to drink, nourishing food to eat, and open, healthy spaces to thrive. Those are the same things that human beings need. Our world is deeply interconnected, and by ensuring Iowa City is a healthy place for birds to raise their young, we are also ensuring it is a healthy place for our own children. In doing this work, we are taking care of future generations. This certification is also clear evidence that our tax dollars are working for the good of everyone who lives here, big and small. These investments benefit everyone who lives here, whether they notice it every day or not, from people to wildlife. They pay dividends far beyond their immediate purpose. For instance, Hickory Hill is a globally important bird area and one of the best places in the state to see migrating warblers in the spring. It is also a great place to take your dog for a walk or to take the kids sledding. Sycamore Greenway is home to breeding bald eagles, sandhill cranes, and ring-necked pheasants, but it's also the perfect spot to go for a bike ride after work. And at True Blood, you might be able to find migrating loons, avocets, or trumpeter swans, but you can also find the best sunsets in town. There's a lot of negativity in this world, and it's easy to focus on what feels broken or overwhelming. This recognition is proof that when a community works together, positive, meaningful change is possible. Small, consistent actions can make a big impact. Finally, this certification symbolizes what I believe makes Iowa City great. I feel privileged to not only call this community my home, but to also have the opportunity to work for the city and help be part of the solution. Thank you all for your hard work and support and your continuing efforts to make Iowa City a better place for all.
Great.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth, for sharing that. I also want to recognize two other folks who worked very hard on this application, Brenda and Linda here. And I have the pleasure of letting you know that you were officially designated as a bird-friendly community. And we'd love to get a picture to celebrate the moment.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, council will come up here. Come over here and take a picture.
As soon as I did that, I realized that was probably not. We're going to give them to Julie.
Consent. Really appreciate this opportunity for us to be officially a bird-friendly designation. So thanks for everybody coming here to celebrate this today. All right, we're going to move on in our agenda with items 4 through 8, which is our consent agenda. Could I get a motion to approve, please?
Move, Sally.
Second, Burgess.
Anyone from the public like to address a topic on our consent agenda? If you're online, please raise your virtual hand. See no one in person or online. Council discussion? Roll call, please.
Wyline?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Mo?
Yes.
Salah?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes. Motion passes 7-0. Could I get a motion to accept correspondence for items 8B and 8C?
So moved, Wyline.
Second, Mo?
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. We're at item number 9, which is community comment. This is an opportunity for people to address items that are not on our agenda. I wanted to see if there's anyone here today that wants to address an item that is not on our agenda. Please raise your hand. All right, great. We're going to allow you to have 3 minutes to speak, and just know that the council cannot engage in discussion or debate due to open meeting laws. Welcome. Please state your name and city you're from. There is a sign in there. You can just drop that in the basket. Great.
Thank you.
For anyone that's wanting to speak throughout today, there are some little papers that you can fill out and just drop it in the sign-in basket. So welcome. Please state your name and city you're from.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sydney Ullman, and I'm from Iowa City. I really appreciate the ability to speak with you all today. I am here to discuss the flock camera agreement with the University of Iowa Police Department. And so all of this information I'm going to talk about today is from my understanding. And one of the things I'm going to urge is more transparency from City Council. So if anything is incorrect, I really encourage sharing this more with the community, because I think there's a lot of confusion around the city's agreement with the university. So it's my understanding that this agreement with the University of Iowa took effect in 2023, and as far as I can tell, it has not been reviewed since then. It's also indefinite, so I don't see that there is a certain period at which it expires or at which the council is required to review the agreement to see if this is something that the city should continue with. It's also my understanding of the 28 flock cameras I think we have in Iowa City right now, 22 of these, so the vast majority are in city right-of-ways. Looking at the terms of this agreement, the city can give written removal notice to the university, at which point the university would be required to remove the flock cameras, again, the majority of which, would be affected by this, within 10 calendar days. So when this was approved, and took effect in 2023, I do believe there were people who were talking about the harms. I do believe that a lot of the community would have been very concerned about the terms of this agreement, and I do know that the council has heard from people, from community members who want to ensure the safety of our neighbors and ensure a commitment with racial equity, social justice, and human rights, and the other things that Iowa City has designated as priorities and as values. I also want to note in the terms of this agreement that the data is owned by the University of Iowa, which also sets the policies for how the data is used. And again, because this agreement is indefinite, if the planning of the locations of flock cameras and stuff change, it's my understanding that that would go back to council. But how the data is used or shared does not require the council to review. And so I was looking at this. Per Flock's website, they have like a transparency website. The University of Iowa is sharing their data from these flock cameras with almost 1,450 other entities across the U.S., sheriff's offices, police departments. I started counting. I lost count at like 700. And so I put it in my Google Docs and I tried to calculate. But yeah, almost 1,500 other entities across the U.S. also are being shared this data that's tracking Iowa City community members as we're seeking healthcare, as we're going to our employment, as we're trying to engage with our community and take care of our neighbors. This is continued harm. We need transparency. I highly recommend that the council put this on the agenda and address this. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello.
Please state your name and city you're from.
My name is Abby Banks. I live here in Iowa City, and I'm also here to express my grave concern at the City of Iowa City's willingness to allow the University of Iowa Police Department to place 22 flock automatic license plate readers on city right-of-ways. Although these cameras may not be managed or contracted directly with the city, I find this agreement performative and disingenuous at best and deceitful at worst. Section 9-11 of City Code Ordinance expressly outlaws the presence of automatic license plate readers. So to allow the university to maintain those ALPRs that you all claim to oppose on city property is like really deeply disturbing. According to the agreement between the city and university issued in December 2023, all you guys would have to do to terminate the use of flock cameras on city right-of-ways would be to give written notice of removal to the university. Within 10 days, they have to be gone. That's it. Flock claims that they don't share data with organizations like ICE without the express permission of the organization that they contract with, which in this case would be the University of Iowa Police Department. But as we watch the Iowa Board of Regents slide farther and farther towards fascism, I fear that it's only a matter of time before that becomes our reality. Furthermore, while Flock doesn't have a direct contract with ICE, like Sydney said, the University of Iowa's contract grants data access to over 1,400 organizations. What about those municipalities and organizations? Did you check with each and every single one of them to make sure that their data sharing practices prohibits cooperations with the very agencies that are violently disappearing our neighbors? Ultimately, every day we hear of red lines being crossed when it comes to ICE. We never let them do X. It's not legal for them to do Y. They don't care. So I'm begging you to care. Why would we give them a potential tool to surveil us and our neighbors further? I've seen many of you at protests, speaking out on social media and on the campaign trail opposing ICE. This is your opportunity to do that. The best time to end this agreement would have been December 23rd, 2023. The second best time is now. I again ask you to please stand on the side of community support and safety, to follow your own city ordinances, and to terminate the agreement with the University of Iowa to allow flock cameras on city right-of-ways. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address a topic not on our agenda? Seeing no one, going to close community comment. We're going to move on to items 10, which is planning and zoning matters. 10A, zoning code text amendment, state preemptions, ordinance amending Title 14 zoning to ensure compliance with changes in state law related to home occupations, consumer fireworks sales, exterior building materials, variances, and accessory dwelling units. I'm going to open up the public hearing and welcome Danielle.
Thank you, Mayor. Danielle Sisman, Neighborhood and Development Services. As you introduced this is a zoning code text amendment item. It's really just, I'm going to give you a quick briefing of some of the mandatory code changes that we need to make in order to comply with state laws. Over the past 4 years, there's been a kind of a backlog of items that while we've complied with the state law, we haven't put it on the books. We've been certainly implementing things as we needed to. This is cleanup to go through these 5 items and accomplish that. All of these items are things that the state took upon itself to remove from our control, preempt city local control. And so basically these are just aligning our code with what we are allowed to do. So I'll go through each one of these and just give you the highlights of what it meant and what it impacts. So the first one is related to home occupations. This basically was a state law allowing more home occupations and more zones and more ways. So the impact to this city is that basically we're not allowed to require permits for most of these. There are more allowed employees on site in home occupations, a home occupation being an occupation that occurs in someone's dwelling. It's expanded where the home occupation can be. It can now be outside in some cases in a side or rear yard. It expanded the footprint inside the building to 50% of the principal dwelling's floor area. It also allowed commodities, so the sale of goods from a home. So we adjusted our city code to accommodate that. We've been implementing that since it came out in 2022. Honestly, the volume of home occupations is fairly low, so it's not a super impactful change to us, but it was something that we have had to track. The next one is consumer fireworks sales. This was the one that basically told cities that they must allow the sale of consumer fireworks in both commercial and industrial zoning districts. The city previously did not allow anything except for in industrial, so this allows for sales. It does not really impact anything other than the zoning district in which the sale can occur. We still have the things that we do to ensure that those fireworks stands are safe and that it's being published that those should not be set off in the city. The next one has to do with exterior design materials for residential buildings. This code change was basically...
I have one question before you go off the last one.
Sure.
Are there requirements of when like the city can say when fireworks can be set off?
So,
Yes.
But that's not a part of this.
I'm sorry?
But that's not a part of this?
It's not part of the zoning code ordinance.
Okay,
The state
got it.
law limited, actually, in fact, I think that some of the sales dates are listed there in Ms. Sitzman's slide. But yes, the city has control other than having to allow during the dates that are spelled out by state code.
Do we have any restrictions on quantity of fireworks that you can have, and is that something that we're allowed to regulate?
No.
You can have as many fireworks in a big pile as you want in a commercial
As long as they're
district?
consumer fireworks, yes.
Oh, my.
Mayor Teague, were you asking if there was regulations on time of day?
Yeah, so the state came with specific days when fireworks can be set off.
That's correct. There are also some time limitations as well. I do not have those committed to memory.
Okay.
But for example, one of the days where it's allowed is January 1st, and I think it goes till 12:01 a.m.
Okay, I guess my question would be, do we need to change any of that in our language?
Oh, I don't believe so, but I'd be happy to check.
Okay, great, thanks.
The next is exterior design materials for residential buildings. This is a code change that affects buildings that are 12 dwelling units or fewer. We don't really have that occur. This was targeted mostly at making sure that cities were not imposing material requirements on single-family homes, which we certainly do not. We did have on the books some requirements for materials for apartment buildings, but we don't see apartment buildings in this 12 or fewer number of units category. So again, not a huge impact on the city's regulations, but we did have to make sure that our code calls that out specifically, since the 12 units is now the cutoff point. We do have the ability to still require certain materials in certain zoning districts, because they are special zoning districts that are intended to regulate that. The intent of the state code was really to address single-family homes that were not in special zoning districts. So our overlay districts and our special zoning districts can still have design materials, and we can still regulate them on apartment buildings larger than 12 units. The next code change is related to area variances. So the city has had use variances on the books. We did need to add the distinction that now there's another kind of variance that can be applied for, which is that to a measurement, such variance to an area, dimension, or other numerical limitation. So not a variance for a use, but a variance for a minor adjustment, basically, to a standard. The criteria then needed to be added to our code that the state said would be the right review criteria for an area variance, and that is the practical difficulties standard. So we've added that to our code as well. Use variances are harder to obtain because you've got a lot of really specific criteria about hardship. This does not include that hardship standard. It's more of a practical standard. The next code change is related to accessory dwelling units. The state did follow our lead, honestly, and include statewide legislation that all cities should allow ADUs, accessory dwelling units, at least one on every lot where a single-family residence is allowed. It then also did prohibit cities from having restrictions on those ADUs, such as owner occupancy or parking requirements or size limitations and design standards. We had not quite gone as far as this in our own code changes, so we still had a renter owner restriction. The state has preempted us from doing that, so now a rental unit can also have a rental ADU. Basically, there's also a limitation on discretionary review, so making the process of getting a permit or to build an accessory dwelling unit is intended to be streamlined. So our code changes were in 2023, where we removed minimum parking requirements and then allowed ADUs to be developed with single-family homes. We also adjusted the sizes. What we needed to do now is adjust our sizing again to meet the state's requirements for how large of an ADU can be allowed on a lot. The state also uses its own definition of what single-family means, and so when we compared their definition of single-family to ours, it basically translates into duplexes and townhomes would be considered single-family per the state code, so we needed to call that out as well. And I said the size adjustment, basically the ADU cannot exceed 1,000 square feet or 50% of the single-family resident, whichever is larger. So that's a little bit larger than what we had anticipated. I will say the previews, it sounds like maybe ADUs will come back into the state consideration again. So we may be adjusting these yet again if they preempt or tinker with their ordinance. So as I said, these are state law changes that have been in effect since 2023 to present. We're functionally implementing them and according to state law. What we propose tonight were the least amount of changes to our code to comply with the code. So we simply are implementing what's been handed to us by the state. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of these amendments at their December meeting by a vote of 5-1, and I'm happy to answer more questions if you have them.
For the size of the ADUs that had to be modified, the SF592 version, do we still get to retain our own setback requirements, right? Like if you're in a small lot size, even though you might have a minimum or a maximum size large, you'd still have to have a setback?
Right.
Okay.
Assuming everything else works.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the owner-occupied requirement that we had here in the city, that was simply for the north side, wasn't it?
No, that was
It was
citywide.
all? Oh, okay. My memory is serving me false. Thanks.
And the ADUs, can they be two-level?
So an ADU could be either inside the existing home or separate. So you
Got
could
it.
have a basement ADU, an attic ADU, an addition ADU, or it's completely detached one.
Understand. Thank you. All right, no other questions for you? Would anyone from the public like to address this topic? If you're in council chambers, please come forward. If you're online, please raise your hand.
Mayor, while the public is considering comment, I want to clarify the fireworks comments I made a moment ago. It looks like we may need to do some cleanup on dates and times in our ordinance.
Great, thank you.
We'll do so.
Anyone from the public like to address this topic during this public hearing? Seeing no one in person or online, before I close the public hearing, wondering if council is inclined to vote with P&Z? All right, I'm going to close the public hearing. Could I get a motion to give first consideration, please?
So moved, Harmson.
Second, Wyline.
All right, council discussion.
I understand that these seem to make sense to a certain degree. The fireworks is a little beyond me, but I guess I just want to say it's frustrating that we continue to have pieces of home rule whittled away from us. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah.
Agree.
Agree.
Roll call, please.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Mo,
Yes.
Sala,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Wyline.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item number 11 is our regular formal agenda. 11A, Iowa City Landfill Compost Facility Improvements and Expansion Project. Resolution approving project manual and estimate of cost for the construction of the Iowa City Landfill Compost Facility Improvements and Expansion Project. Establishing amount of bid security to accompany each bid, directing city clerk to post notice to bidders, and fixing time and place for receipt of bids. I'm going to open up the public hearing and welcome Joe.
Joe Welter, Engineering. I'm just trying to get my presentation on the laptop here real quick.
All good.
Oh, if it wants to do that. Okay, I'll just open it off the thumb drive. So, thank you. Just a little bit of background information first. For those that don't know, the landfill out on the west side of town, actually just outside of our property limits, or our edge of town, or our municipal limits. Once you scale down into the landfill site there, the main campus, and just east of the main campus, east of our new building, is the compost pad. The current area is there highlighted in blue. It's about 5 acres. The expansion area is about 2 acres. It's off to the east of that in the green. And so the current site has a lot of concerns, a lot of challenges. the conditions at the site. Regulatory compliance is always an issue at the landfill. We have a separate permit now for our compost operations. It's separate from our landfill operations. It has some very specific language in it about how we maintain the compost, how we maintain stormwater. Our existing pad is in compliance, but it has challenges that we're hoping to improve. There's a general lack of space now in our operations and for the interactions between the customers and our people that are working on the pad. It gets really congested. The traffic flow really gets congested, and sometimes there isn't a lot of space out there. As you can, we'll see in the subsequent slide, there's quite a bit of our pavement on the pad that's failing. The processing areas are a little bit small for our current operations, and there's just inadequate stormwater management in our current facility. So these are some pictures of our current pad. You can see how we have areas that are just basically falling apart. You know, it's great. It's we've run out of asphalt in those areas. We're just putting rock in there. Not real ideal for our compost operations. So we have this great project planned. We're gonna improve the stormwater system. We're redoing the entire stormwater system. We're adding a stormwater treatment unit that's going to take our first flush and our smaller storm events through it and get all of the pollutants out before it gets out into our new detention basin, which is then going to settle out the remainder of the pollutants and help us really maintain our compost operations and stormwater off of it better than we ever have before. There's going to be new pavement across the entire pad, the original 5 acres plus the 2 acres that we're expanding into. It'll be a mix of concrete and asphalt and then some reclamation material. We're going to take some of the material that's already out there, grind it all up, compact it down, and then put a small asphalt overlay over that. So it's consistent with our goals at the site to reuse material and to be sustainable about our materials. Expansion, as I said, is another 2 acres. We're also expanding what we want to do with the site and the operations that we have. So in the first year after construction, we want to take in an extra 1,000 tons of compost material. In the second year, 5,000. Third year, another 5,000. Eventually, we want to increase that from our current 15,000 up to 35,000. So it's a substantial increase that we're doing. There's a picture of our new turner. We got trained on this past year, and we're using it. The staff has nicknamed it Tina, so she's got a name. We're also really have some operational goals that we want. So we're reaching out to get increased participation with grocery stores, 50% more material from them by 2028. Our restaurants, we're trying to reach out to them and get 50% more material from them also in 2028. And we want to provide compost to 100% of our community gardens throughout Johnson County. Again, because the landfill serves Johnson County, all of Johnson County, plus Riverside and Kelowna. We're also, right now, it takes us at least a year, sometimes more, to process material from the time we receive it to the time it's ready for people to pick it up, whether that be commercial or residential users. And with the turner and with the new operations, we're hoping to get that down to 3 to 4 months. So a substantial increase in the amount of material we can move through the pad and the time it takes us to process that. This is consistent with the goals that you have set for staff and the goals that you've set for our community, starting with the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan in 2018, the 2022 Accelerated Iowa City Climate Actions. Those 2 documents talk about increasing our composting of organics and engaging the public to compost organic waste. The 2022 statewide material characterization study, which is done by a consultant for the DNR, showed that in 2022, we had 24% of our waste were organics in our landfill versus 22%, which is the statewide average. So we're above the statewide average in the amount of organics going into our landfill. So diverting that waste to compost is going to be a very, is going to meet a lot of our objectives that we have both in the climate action plans and also in your strategic plan. So specifically in the strategic plan, just took one quote out of there. There's several other places that talk about this topic, but a focus on resilience of the community in the face of climate change. So this is a very good way that we're trying to be more resilient in what we're doing at the landfill, but also being better stewards of where those materials should end up. So it's an estimated $3.8 million. $4 million of that's coming from our EPA grant that we got. That is EPA grant, Solid Waste Infrastructure for Recycling. It's called SWIFR. It's a grant program. It's a new program, and so there haven't been very many SWIFR projects yet, so engineering staff's a little bit apprehensive how the whole process is going to work out, but we're confident that it's going to be a great project. DNR also gave us a small grant to help us with the cost of the turner. Didn't cover the whole cost, but it helped with that somewhat. My contact information is there. Shive Hattery is our consultant and our design team on this project, did an excellent job with this. Really excited to get the contractor hired and get going on this. Construction starts in April, and we should be done in August.
Okay.
Any questions?
Regarding the goal of decreasing the amount of organics in the landfill and getting them in the compost pile, great, we're adding more capacity, but what's the plan to get more people to participate in the composting program and to get those organics out of the landfill?
Yeah, so we have a bunch of outreach that is a part of our grant. So we're reaching out to schools and restaurants and grocery stores and all those kinds of things to try to work with existing haulers. So we're not going to be hauling this organic waste ourselves, but we're going to be working with them to make arrangements to get their waste to us so that we can process that through our composting process.
Through the study that you guys, that the third party does for the DNR, can you identify where that organic waste is coming from, whether it's residential or commercial?
Well, I mean, we have a little bit of a thought because we keep track of what comes across the scale. We know what vendors or haul organic wastes, and so we have a little bit of thought on that. But really, what that waste characterization is doing is it picks a bunch of sites around the state. We've been picked the last 2 times. It's done every 5 years, so to be done again in 2027. And they take random loads and they start separating it out and characterize what the wastes are. So it's not a real enjoyable process to watch, but it does sort of give us a benchmark of where we stand versus other communities and versus the state averages.
And then with this 2-acre expansion and a desire to move from landfill to this organic, to the compost pile, how much time does this project allow for expansion, or what's the future proofing this project provides, or when will we need to be adding on to the compost pile again?
Probably many, many, many years in the future. So not only are we adding that 2 extra acres to give us some more room for where we're doing our processing, where we're interacting with the users of the site, the customers of the site, but also that increasing that processing time. So we're not waiting a whole year to go from wood waste and organics and different things like that to finish composting. That process will get down to more 3 to 4 months, so that we're not sitting on material waiting to cook and waiting to process. That's equally as important as the 2 acres that we're adding.
Okay, thanks.
Real quick.
And there was staggered goals in there. So you see, we're not trying to get to the 20,000 tons 2 weeks after we're done with the compost pad project. We're doing that in a staggered fashion, 5,000, 5,000, 10,000, up to that 20,000.
Real quick, thank you. This is great. One of the questions that popped up during your presentation, you mentioned needing the stormwater improvements because of pollutants and filtering that out. What pollutants come from this stream? Is there something involving with people not throwing away carefully enough, or what are we talking about?
It'd be the same kind of pollutants that we might see in lots of other stormwater runoff around town. So anything that's, small pieces of the compost to larger chunks of dirt or debris or different things like that. So we're not thinking about plastics or something like that. We do have a little bit of that sometimes, but that's not so much the concern because we grind the material and we process the material, and so it's more stormwater comes. You get a big heavy storm event, those are going to go through a bypass, but the smaller regular events are going to go through a treatment unit. Which is a pretty standard practice, but we don't have that currently. So that's a huge improvement for the facility.
That makes sense. Thanks.
I remember a few months ago when we got that really good presentation at a work session. I believe it was a work session from Waste Management, and I was kind of blown away about how much food waste goes into the landfill. So it's great that we're expanding capacity and increasing outreach to try to increase people to compost. I was wondering, because just out of ignorance, what does the city provide in terms of residential composting? I'm just not entirely sure.
Big yellow bin?
There's 2 different bins that people can have access to, and the yard waste bin can have yard waste plus compost material in it, and so then we have a regular, basically solid waste bin that people put out on the curb, but then they have newer bins that have single stream recycling and also a separate container then for their yard waste / composting.
Okay. I was just wondering if there's going to be, I just saw that, which I think are the things that should be looking into first, like the big compost makers. But in terms of residential outreach, looking at what we provide because we have more capacity, because we really want to decrease what's in the landfill, if any thought's gone into that, looking at our policies of the prices, if that's something that the council would want to look in the future, I'd be happy to. Yeah.
We're asking questions to Joe.
Yeah,
right
I know.
now.
It started as a question, then turned into commentary when I realized I shouldn't ask him a question like that.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you much. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? If so, please come forth if you're in council chambers. Seeing no one in person or online, because no one's online, I'm going to close the public hearing. Could I get a motion to give approval, please?
So moved. Alter.
Second, Saleh.
All right, council discussion.
I think this is practical investment that support like sustainability goals our sustainability goals, and I think investment like this will make sure that the facility continue to serve our community effectively.
Yeah.
I also just love seeing the words $4 million grant. It's great to see.
Yes, well, and what that signifies is the work that was done to apply for the grant, the city staff work behind all of that, and the planning and stuff. So yeah, to see this actually, we've been talking about this for a while. This has been in process for a while, and to be at this stage is exciting.
We're great at filling out applications and grants. The bird application was a hit. This one also.
Yeah. And I will echo the thanks to the staff for all their hard work at seeing this opportunity. And this honestly speaks to our strategic goals and strategic plans that they continue to look at and just move the city closer to reaching all of those. So thanks again to the city staff. Really appreciate it. And I would agree, $4 million is a phenomenal grant, as well as the DNR $100,000 grant. We really appreciate that opportunity. All right. Roll call, please.
Burgess.
Yes.
Harmson.
Yes.
Moe.
Yes.
Sella.
Yes.
Teague.
Yes.
Wyline.
Yes.
Alter.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. We're on to item number 11B. This is alcohol license suspending hearing, Field House Bar and Grill. Resolution finding the Field House Bar and Grill violated Section 4-2-2, parentheses B, of the city code by serving alcohol on floors other than the ground floor without qualifying for an exception, allowing service and consumption on more than the ground floor level, and imposing a 14-day alcohol license suspension under City Code Section 4-2-5, parentheses C, parentheses 1, and parentheses C, parentheses 4. All right. The city attorney will be presenting the case, so we'll have Assistant Johnson County Attorney David Van Compernol, who is here to advise the council. So welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great. All right, so we're going to move to a motion, which is number 1, for a continuance distributed in the 120 late handouts. The petitionee's motion and presented and presentation for continuance. Maybe we'll have some commentary on that at this time.
Yeah, so I think yesterday afternoon, Permittee's council made a request to postpone the hearing that was scheduled for this evening. I am not the decision maker, you all are, and so my advice was to put it on the agenda before any potential hearing, so you could take argument from both sides and decide whether you want to grant that extra time or not. But that's sort of why that is there.
Okay. First, I want to go ahead and accept correspondence. Could I get a motion to accept correspondence?
So moved,
The late
Mo.
handout.
Second.
Moved by Mo, seconded by Salah. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. So the motion before us that we just heard is the late handout, which is requesting a continuation and not for us to hear this tonight. I guess we can have some discussion, questions at this time from council, should there be any at this time.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, perhaps hear from the permittee first and the city attorney's response, and then you
Sure.
can ask questions back and forth of the parties before you render your decision.
All right, great. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Eric Hartman, and I represent the permittee in this matter. We submitted this request because the city has filed dueling municipal infraction allegations against my client, both in Johnson County District Court and in front of the council, alleging violations of city code, both of which involve the same facts and circumstances, and both of which we assert allege involve similar issues of whether application of this ordinance would violate state law and whether or not my client is acting as a restaurant. We believe it would be appropriate, since this matter is subject to judicial review, we think it would be prudent to wait for the court's determination. This matter is presently, or not this matter, the competing Johnson County District Court citation is set for hearing on February 25th. So we think it would be prudent to continue the matter to hear the court's ruling on our arguments at that time before we decide the matter before the council.
Any questions by council at this time? Hearing none. Well, I don't know if the city has any response to this you would like to share.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. My name is Liz Craig. I'm an assistant city attorney for Iowa City. The city does want to go forward and suggest that you should go forward with the hearing tonight. This has been scheduled since December 3rd of 2025. The issue in the municipal infraction court case is different than the issue that you're looking at today. The municipal infraction was issued for a zoning violation, and that has to do with where drinking establishments can be located in relation to each other. And the issue that you're asked to decide tonight is whether the Field House obtained an alcohol license in 2025 and represented that it would be operating as a restaurant, and that it should not have been able to obtain an alcohol license for all 3 floors of 138 South Clinton Street by representing that it would operate as a restaurant and then not operate as a restaurant. So those are different issues. The resolution of one is not going to resolve the other one. So it's the city's position that it's appropriate to go forward on the alcohol suspension hearing tonight.
Great, thank you. Any questions by council? Thank you. All right, council, if there are no questions, could I get a motion to continue hearing to March 11th, 2026? So just like with anything, there's a motion, and then we'll be able to come and vote.
Or if nobody makes a motion, then it doesn't happen.
Yeah,
Correct?
so, correct. So is there a motion to continue the hearing to March 11th, 2026? Is there a motion to continue the hearing to March 11th, 2026?
No.
Hearing none, motion fails. We're going to move on to item number 2, which is the hearing. And then we'll just ask for the city to come at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I'm Liz Craig, and I'm an assistant city attorney. I'm going to give you a brief overview about the legal background for this hearing tonight. The city managers here and Lieutenant Rob Cash from the Iowa City Police Department are also here if you have additional questions. First, I want to point out an error to you in the exhibits. There's an exhibit that's labeled Exhibit 16 and says it's a Daily Iowan article. It's actually an email from November 7th from the city manager to Mr. Barkalow and Mr. Hughes. I just wanted to make that clear to you in case you're clicking through your exhibits tonight as I give my presentation. The legal issue in front of you tonight is whether the Field House violated city ordinances by obtaining a license to sell and serve alcohol on all 3 floors of 138 South Clinton Street when it is not operating as a restaurant, as it said it would when it obtained its alcohol license in January of 2025. Iowa City Code 422B is a public safety regulatory requirement involving the premises of liquor licenses. It says that in general, unless a business qualifies as a certain type, such as a restaurant, it can't obtain a liquor license for more than the ground floor of a building. This is because it's more difficult to quickly and effectively respond to emergencies in buildings with multiple floors, and public safety incidents happen more often in bars versus restaurants, hotels, theaters, and businesses whose primary function is something other than the service of alcohol. The facts and the timeline of the Field House obtaining an alcohol license for all 3 floors are outlined in my memo. There are 3 phases that are important here. Number 1 was the approval of the building permit for a new restaurant and bar in November 2024 for the old Active Endeavors building, 138 South Clinton Street. The second is the approval of the alcohol license in January of 2025, almost exactly a year before tonight. And number 3 is the actual operation of the Field House since it opened on November 6th of 2025. During the building permit stage, starting in the spring of 2024, city staff explained that this space would have to be a restaurant in order to have an alcohol license on all 3 floors. And if you look at Exhibit 2, you can see notes that Building Inspection Services staff put on the plans for one of the initial plans that set forth the entire definition of a restaurant. Plans for a restaurant and bar were approved in November of 2024 with a kitchen that was deemed adequate for a menu that was provided by the Field House. And that was a full menu that had appetizers, salads, sandwiches, and desserts. And you can look at that menu at Exhibit 3. The photo in the Fieldhouse's exhibits shows the 3 compartment sinks that are required to meet the definition of a restaurant kitchen, which was a requirement that staff pointed out during the building permit process. When the corporate owner of the Fieldhouse applied for a liquor license in January of 2025, it was again represented to city staff that this would be a restaurant. The building plans that had been approved in November were attached to the license application and included all 3 floors. Staff again informed the licensee that this would have to be a restaurant to have an alcohol license that covered all 3 floors. The alcohol license was recommended for approval by staff on the basis that it would be a restaurant. The Fieldhouse opened on November 6th of 2025. Under Iowa City Code 411, which defines restaurant, it has not operated as a business whose primary function is the service of food to customers, which is the definition of a restaurant. Officers who have been in the premises have never seen a food being served or evidence of food service. Officers have been there at various times in the evening, in November on 5 occasions, in December 10 times, and have been there on 8 occasions in January so far. Officers have never seen a food menu. There's a document that says it's a menu in the packet of exhibits that the Fieldhouse submitted tonight, but officers have never actually seen a menu on the premises, and recently, social media does not reveal the menu that we found were given in the packet as well. So it'll be new information to find out where that menu is actually located. As recent as January 16, when asked by an officer about what food was available, a bartender read what types of pizza were available off of the registered computer screen. But no physical menu was handed over to the officer at that time, and none could be seen. Fieldhouse staff has said that they don't have servers, and on at least one occasion, the bar staff was working as the kitchen staff, bar staff, and the door person. There's no dispute that the Fieldhouse has an adequate kitchen to be a restaurant, and you can see those sinks in the Fieldhouse's exhibits, but an adequate kitchen is just one factor in what makes a restaurant under the city's definition of a restaurant under 411. The business must still actually operate as a restaurant. The hours of food service available have been inconsistent and have not reached the 60% threshold that's required by the ordinance. The Fieldhouse advertises as being open from 6 o'clock p.m. and closing at 2 a.m., but staff has said the kitchen closes at 10 p.m. Once staff said that it opens at 9 p.m., there have been inconsistent hours of operation for the restaurant service. You can take a look at the social media posts and press articles that are in your exhibits from Exhibit 14 to 17. The Fieldhouse holds itself out as a bar, does not hold itself out as a restaurant. There's occasionally ads about pizza and hot dogs available. This evening, our office received a picture that was a poster, appears to be in the Fieldhouse window for $12 pizzas, but the test is whether the primary function is food service. And it's clear, I think, from the factors in 411 that the primary function is not food service. You can ask the Fieldhouse representatives tonight about the specifics of their restaurant business. For example, what are the days and hours that the kitchen is open? Where can customers find the food service menu? How does food get served with no servers? What percentage of sales comes from food? But tonight, the city's asking council to decide that the Fieldhouse has violated local ordinances in obtaining a liquor license for all 3 floors of 138 South Clinton Street because it's not operating as a restaurant as it represented. The suspension of the alcohol license requested is for 14 days, which is the time frame that staff has estimated would take to allow the Fieldhouse to transition its business from a bar to a restaurant and also provide accountability for previous violations. During that time, the Fieldhouse would be able to be open and conduct other lawful business, such as selling food, but it could not sell, serve, or allow the consumption of alcohol. Council's suspension, if it chooses to impose one, may be appealed by the Fieldhouse to the Department of Revenue, and the suspension would not go into effect until after that appeal had taken place. And the Department of Revenue, which now has the alcohol division in it, will hold its own hearing as well. Once again, the city recommends suspension, a 14-day suspension of the Fieldhouse's alcohol license. And I'm happy to take questions.
Did you say that the 14-day suspension would not go in effect until after, if an appeal was done, after that was resolved?
That's correct, yeah.
I can actually go through the evidence myself through the memos, but do you have an estimate of how many times, and this is in the early process with city staff, when there's the application to become a restaurant, to get how many times staff talk about this is for what needs to happen for you to be a restaurant because there are 3 floors? You mentioned that early in your presentation, and I'm just wondering if there's an estimate of the summary of how many times staff.
Well, certainly, I think there's an email in the exhibits that staff informs the owners of the field house that it's going to have to be a restaurant if it's going to have a liquor license. Then again, it's on some plans set forth in full by Building Inspection Services. There was, in January 2025, there was a letter by the city attorney's office after the city actually received the application for the liquor license that said, if this is going to be on all 3 floors, it's going to need to operate as a restaurant. In July 2025, this would have been still before the opening of the field house. The city manager did send a letter once again reiterating that point. And then November 7th, which was the day after the field house opened, once again, the city manager did send an email to the field house with the same information.
Thank you for the summary.
So the 14-day suspension, if that, if it's passed today, certainly there could be an appeal. And if there's an appeal, then that 14-day suspension is halted, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Can you explain the appeal? Like, when you say appeal, it just means like they just appeal again and prove that they are a restaurant and you give them the license back? That's what it is?
So it would be an appeal of the suspension that council has imposed to the Department of Revenue, which is formerly the ABD.
Okay.
And
It's
then there's a process that occurs at the Department of Revenue where they make their own determination about the suspension decision. So this.
Okay, then my question will be, this suspension, I just want to understand, this suspension now for 14 days, and after that, if they prove they are like a restaurant, they have menu, they have everything, they can have the license back? Or?
Yes, it's just a suspension. It's not a revocation of the
Okay.
alcohol license.
Sure.
And if at the end of the 14 days, if they're not operating as a restaurant, as the code or their application, from what we see right now, has indicated at the end of the 14 days, let's say there was no appeal, what happens at that point?
I think that we would have to evaluate the facts and circumstances that existed at the time to see if there would need to be additional enforcement action taken, if I'm understanding your question, Mayor.
Sure. So at the end of the 14-day, we're allowing time for them to essentially become a restaurant and show the evidence. But at the end of the 14 days, if that doesn't take place, then does it just end? And they get to operate within their license, because this council would have only allotted for 14 days. Is there something that we should be considering should they not come into compliance?
Right. So I think if you approve the 14-day suspension tonight, it will only be for 14 days. You could approve a suspension for longer than that, but I think whatever suspension you do approve tonight, that's going to be the amount of time, and there won't be the ability later on to extend it. You know, if staff goes in, I think we would probably have to take additional enforcement action at that point.
Okay.
I just have a quick, I guess, fact question. As I look at the building permit application, I see or excuse me, the permit plans, I see lots of tables and chairs, which is kind of a hallmark of a place that serves food. I can't tell from the social media photos, are those tables and chairs in the space with like menus and food service on them, or?
We haven't seen evidence of tables and chairs with menus and food service. There are high top bar tables, not
Is it-
traditional dining seating like you would expect at a restaurant.
Does it match even close to what's in the application?
I have not gone through to match up table for table exactly what's there. I can tell you there are tables within the establishment, but it's not dining seating
Yeah.
like you might see at a sit-down restaurant, you know.
Okay.
Just a couple things, just to make sure for complete clarity. When city staff about a year ago, I think you said this, I just want to nail it down. City staff gave us the recommendation for us to pass this liquor license that we did pass. That was based on things like the menu that was listed as one of the exhibits that lists what you would think of as a typical restaurant menu, right? Not just 2 or 3 items, but a full menu, correct?
Right. So the city receives the alcohol application. We didn't receive a menu as part of the alcohol application. The menu was received as part of the building permit process to make sure that the field house had an adequate kitchen to run a restaurant.
Right, okay.
And so those plans were then approved for the restaurant in November of 2024, and those plans were attached to the alcohol application in January of 2025, and that's what city staff recommended for approval for all 3 floors of that space.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
If we had known that the circumstances as they exist today if we'd known it was going to play out this way, would staff have recommended the issuance of the liquor license for multiple floors?
No, the application was approved and recommended by staff to be approved based on the representations that this would be a restaurant. And I think that's where the menu becomes important. You know, staff was presented with a menu during the building permit process that appeared to be a full restaurant menu. And if staff had known that there wouldn't be food service, that was the primary function of this business, staff wouldn't have recommended approval of the alcohol license application because, you know, at that point, or at least not for the 3 floors, at that point, the field house would not have been in compliance with the premises requirement in 422B.
And at that time, it was called New Restaurant, not Field House.
It was not called the field house at that time, but the corporate owner has remained the same throughout.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here are no other questions. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. We'll invite you up to speak at this time.
Thank you, Mayor. As I mentioned before, my name is Eric Hartman, and I represent the permittee in this matter. The field house has been an Iowa City institution for a long time, and my client has put in a significant amount of resources and effort to revive it. The city simply cannot suspend its alcohol license tonight because it's been operating as a restaurant, contrary to the claims of the city's attorney. We submitted today a few documents that I believe you've reviewed. I just want to run through some of these. I agree that a business whose primary function is the service of food to customers is what's required, and quite frankly, the field house does that. The first factor is whether it prepares meals on the premises and provides meal services to each floor. Here we've, it's moving fast. Here we've got a floor plan showing we've got 3 floors. The field house provides meal service to every floor. The food is served on all floors while the kitchen is open. The second factor is whether there's a food service menu from which customers may order. Yes, a different menu was submitted when the application was made, but there's no requirement that that menu stay exactly the same or that that menu can't change. A different owner submitted the application, and the business was sold. So the items on the menu change to account for supply and demand as any business may work. And if you look, here's a copy of the menu. I'm advised that the hot dog baskets are being released about now. My client is here and can take questions on that if there are more questions. The next factor is having an employee whose primary duty is preparation of food and whose primary duty is to serve food to customers. The field house has such employees. There's always one person scheduled whose primary duty is to prepare food, and there's always a person scheduled whose primary duty is to serve food. That doesn't mean that's all those people are doing. That doesn't mean they can't do other things. The next factor is whether there's a kitchen separate from the bar and whether there's 2-3 compartment sinks. We meet that. The next factor is whether there's restaurant service operating during at least 60% of the hours the business is open to the public. Again, the field house meets that. It sells food from when it opens, I believe, until 1:30 in the morning. The next factor is whether it holds itself out to be a restaurant and advertises itself as a restaurant. I guess I would start this by noting that no restaurant simply advertises food. Every restaurant makes significant revenue from the sale of alcoholic beverages. So the expectation is not that the restaurant or the field house advertises based on no alcohol. The expectation instead should be, does it advertise similarly to other similarly situated restaurants in the area? And it does. If you look at, this is a little zoomed out here, but we've got a picture on the field house's Instagram page advertising pizza, various flavors. Again, we've got a picture advertising hot dog baskets. And again, we've got more advertisements showing food. The last factor is whether there's a cafe or a lunchroom. And if you look at the plans, it's clear that, as Councilman Moe was asking earlier, that there are areas for food service and food service is happening there. I guess secondly, there are a few legal issues with the council's request to suspend the liquor license. I don't have a copy of it here with me today, but Iowa Code Section 123.39 subsection 2 does give local authorities the power to adopt ordinances or regulations for the location of retail alcohol license establishments, and but that's limited to say that those ordinances cannot diminish the hours during which alcoholic beverages may be sold. And we believe that the code, the city code in this case, section 4-2-2 and 14-4A-4F, are irreconcilable with state law because our client is a restaurant, and those code sections prohibit restaurants from selling alcohol on each floor between midnight and 2 a.m., which contravenes section 123.392 and code section 364.3, which again prohibits cities from issuing standards and requirements that are more stringent than those imposed by state law. And another legal issue in this case is that the city approved the Class C liquor license, in this case, to 3 floors of the premises. And the city here is seeking to enforce section 4-2-2B, saying that restaurants, but not drinking establishments, drinking establishments, but not restaurants, can operate on multiple floors. And if you look at the state code, section 123.3 sub 29 provides that a licensed premises includes all the rooms, all the floors, all of it. And by trying to enforce 4-2-2B, the city is wrongfully seeking to prevent my client from serving alcohol on all floors of the premises. And again, that is contrary to the scheme contemplated by section 123.492, which sets forth the time that establishments licensed to sell alcohol can sell alcohol, and it's contrary to the definition of a licensed premises. So we think those are legal issues that prevent the council from enforcing section 4-2-2B against the field house. Finally, we wanted to note for the record that, other similar establishments do sell alcohol on multiple floors and have not had these issues. We note that Reunion Bar, Double Tap, Summit Bar, and The View are all areas and establishments that sell alcohol on multiple floors and continue to operate today. In response to some comments made by the city attorney, officers who stop by the field house are not there all the time. They stop by infrequently, presumably based on issues with patrons. The staff aren't here to answer questions. My client is here to answer questions about what food may be sold, when it may be sold, when the kitchen is open. Media articles simply describe and rephrase things. They are not direct evidence of what's actually happening. The advertisements in this case speak for themselves. And there's no requirement under the city's code section that the city attorney seeks to enforce today, saying that a percentage of sales is required to show that you are a restaurant. So for those reasons, we think that the city's motion should be denied and that the Fieldhouse's alcohol license should remain in effect.
Any questions by council?
You had mentioned that the field house serves food until 1:30 in the morning?
Yes, and do you have questions on details of that?
Well, I'm just saying, while they're also serving alcohol till 1:30 in the morning?
That's my understanding, yes.
Can city staff remind me what time are restaurants supposed to quit serving alcohol according to city ordinance?
That depends on the type of.
Will you please come to the mic?
Yeah.
Thank you.
That depends on the type of establishment. If it's an eating or drinking establishment, really the time is not an issue here. It's really where the alcohol is being served.
Okay.
So the time of the alcohol service really doesn't come into your analysis about where the alcohol is being served. It's a difference about where within one building the licensee can serve alcohol versus, I think that's getting into the drinking establishment 500-foot issue about the timing.
Okay.
And that's where those institutions or establishments can be located in relation to each other.
Okay, thank you. You had mentioned you had compared, tried to make a comparison between the Field House and other bars and restaurants downtown, and you mentioned the Reunion Brewery. Have you eaten there?
I have not.
Have you seen their menu?
I have not.
They do a full kitchen. Like, I'm looking at it right now, and I don't want to do like a free advertising for anybody, but if you take a look at that and you take a look at what you've given us, I mean, I don't think that's a fair comparison. I just want to throw that out there, that I think that we have people operating downtown that are following the city ordinances just fine. And to say that they're the same and that they get special treatment, I think is not a fair judgment. Just want to throw that out there because.
Was there a question there?
No, I think I asked my question, so thank you.
I have a couple small questions. You've provided as, in the exhibits, I think, 2 or 3 social media posts regarding the availability of food. If we looked at the entirety of social media posts for the field house, this is what's the proportion of advertising for food versus advertising for alcohol?
I don't have those statistics in front of me today. I could ask my client to. Yeah, we don't have that information here today.
Okay. And you did mention that there's not a threshold for the amount of sales of alcohol versus food, but what are the proportions of sales as far as revenue of alcohol to food?
Well, and that's part of the reason that we requested to delay the hearing is that we just don't have that detailed information with us here today.
Are you asserting that it's more food than alcohol?
I don't have the information necessary to make that assertion today.
Okay.
Are there dates for these posts? The ones that you're showing us?
They may be on there.
It's a little hard to see.
It's not here.
Sorry about that. Yeah, this one's from December 30th, just a couple weeks ago.
When did you start serving food? I mean, it opened as serving alcohol. When did you start serving food? If there is.
I'd like to answer that. My name's Tracy Barkalow. I'm one of the owners of the Field House. The food was from day one. And to address the reunion comment, Jim Montanaro is in support of us being open and operating at what we are right now as an eating establishment. I've had discussions with him as of today, and he operates the reunion. And the reunion, the code section, if you look at the code section that they've put in this notice to us, reunion was opened after 1997. So therefore, the reunion would not be exempt under the ordinance that you've notified us on. It would actually not be able to serve alcohol on the first or on the second floor or in the basement like it does now. Double Tap serves in the basement. It's not available on the first floor. The view's obviously rooftop, so you won't even be able to see that. So it would be apples to apples on use and comparison. And Polly Eyes only sells pizza. So we are a comparable restaurant to a Polly Eyes. Not probably the best quality. We're working on it, but we do sell pizza just like Polly Eyes Pizza does.
Is it your principal business to sell pizza?
Yes, it is. And we're working on making it better.
I have a question about food preparation. Latza Matza is a frozen pizza from Hy-Vee.
We have food preparation on that. We also have food preparation on the actual hot dogs. I don't do the day-to-day operations down there. I'm just an investor in the business. But we do have full-time staff that cooks, preps relish, preps things for the hot dogs and things like that, as well as things to go on, additional items on top of the matza matza. I don't know the entire process right this second, but it's not just frozen pizza.
So when hiring staff for the Field House, was one of the listed jobs a cook?
Yes, we have people that are cooks, correct. Yep, that are just on shift as cooks.
As cooks. For Latza Matza.
For more than 60%. If you look at the code too, the requirement for the code is 60% of the time that we have to sell food. We sell it 100% of the time. So if you look at the ordinance itself, it's only required to be sold 60% of the time, which most places in town stop selling at 10 p.m.
Hearing no other questions. Thank you. I want to make sure that council don't have any more questions for either the city attorney or the assistant city attorney, or for the permitters, Eric Hartman. Any other questions for either of them at this point? Okay, all right. I'm going to ask for a motion for approval, please.
So moved, Harmson.
Second, Wyline.
Okay, council discussion.
Mr. Mayor, just a point of clarification. The motion to approve is a motion to approve the resolution that's in your packet.
Right.
Can we maybe redo the?
Oh, it's just to make it clear? Yeah, all right. So I'll just restate the motion. So could I get a motion to approve the resolution that is,
Okay.
that's in our packet
Which would be for the 14-day suspension.
for the 14-day suspension, correct?
So moved.
Moved by Harmson,
Second.
seconded by Burgess. All right.
Okay.
And then council discussion.
The 14-day suspension is for
The 14-day
the
suspension.
alcohol, not the food.
Correct.
And
It
the
would be for
principal
the
business is
alcohol
food.
license, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think what it looks like to me is what our staff, I think in the memo sent to us, because I looked through a lot of like all of this multiple times. I think I would agree with the assessment of the restaurant requirement being quote unquote openly flaunted. I think that was put correctly in the memo. Yeah.
I agree too. I just based on the record that we saw in the package, I find that the violation occurred, and the 14-day suspension recommended by the staff authorized by the code, and proportionally to the violation. I will be voting yes for this.
In staff's memo, in the multiple documents, there was one of the definition of a restaurant provided in the Iowa City Code of Ordinance. And there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 subparts to it. And I feel that what was provided to us as evidence and as exhibits demonstrates very clearly the ways in which each piece of what constitutes a restaurant was violated. So I will be voting in support of this resolution.
I just want to state that it is absolutely not credible that the principal business of the Field House Bar is pizza. And I believe it is a bar, and primarily a bar, and not operating as a restaurant.
I agree with you.
Yeah, you guys have kind of said it, so I agree.
All right, are we ready to take a vote?
Yes.
All right. Roll call, please.
Harmson,
Yes.
Mo,
Yes.
Saleh,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Wyline,
Yes.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Could I get a motion to accept correspondence?
Mayor,
you did that at the front end.
Oh, you
I
did
did.
that. Mayor.
Yes, thank you. All righty.
Good enough.
All right, well, we are done with that item. We're going to move on to item number 12, which is council appointments. We have 12A, which is a Public Art Advisory Committee. There is one vacancy to fill an unexpired term upon appointment through December 31st, 2027. And we have 3 different applicants for this one.
I'd like to throw Stephanie Brunia. I thought that was a really interesting application with the background in photography and the Bachelor of Fine Arts and the Master of Fine Arts. So kind of, I just thought I was really impressed with the overall application, you know, plus the experience as a visual artist. So that was, I'd like to support them.
Okay. Any others being nominated? All right, I'm seeing some head shakes for Stephanie Brunia.
Yeah.
Could I get a motion to appoint Stephanie Brunia to the Public Art Advisory Committee?
So move. Saleh.
Second, Burgess.
Moved by Saleh, seconded by Burgess. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. We're on to item number 13, announcements of vacancies new. And this is 13A, Civil Service Commission, one vacancy to fill a 4-year term, April 6, 2026 through March 31st, 2030. Human Rights Commission, one vacancy to fill an unexpired term upon appointment through December 31st, 2026. Library Board of Trustees, one vacancy to fill an unexpired term upon appointment through June 30th, 2031. Applications must be received by 5 p.m. Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026. Can I get a motion to accept correspondence?
So moved. Alter.
Second, Saleh.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. I have to tell you that the 2031 caught me. Yes. All right, we're moving on to item number 14, announcements of vacancy previous. 14A, Airport Zoning Board of Adjustment, one vacancy to fill a 5-year term. Airport Zoning Board of Adjustment, one vacancy to fill a 5-year term. Board of Appeals, one vacancy for a licensed electrician to fill a 5-year term. Board of Appeals, one vacancy for HVAC professional to fill an unexpired term. Historic Preservation Commission, one vacancy for a Brown Street representative to fill a 3-year term. Historic Preservation Commission, one vacancy for a Jefferson Street representative to fill a 3-year term. Historic Preservation Commission, one vacancy for a Woodlawn Avenue representative to fill a 3-year term. Vacancies will remain open until filled. Item number 15 is City Council information, and we'll also report on any boards or committees as well. I would just mention that yesterday was Dr. King's Day, and there was a lot of opportunity for celebrating the life of Dr. King as well as commemorating the legacy, as well as a lot of community togetherness, and it really felt good just to be engaged with a lot of folks from various backgrounds, and it was great celebrations all day.
On that, it was really wonderful to be at the Senior Center as well as Mercer, but the Senior Center was able to kick off its Future Afro Fest.
Black Futures Fest, I think.
Thank you. That is going on for the whole month upcoming, and actually I took special note of it because there's going to be an art opening on February 14th there, and it's all 3 floors are going to have art. I came in from the parking ramp, and so I came in on the 3rd floor, and they had just finished putting up some installations of both watercolors and then mixed media. That was already stupendous. And then when I got down onto the ground floor where there were some activities, they were starting to put in some sculpture and clay work, and this is only the beginning. So it's going to be very exciting on the 14th, not to mention throughout the month where there's going to be a lot of different activities. So it was tremendous, and it was incredibly peaceful and calm and awesome because we got to make a little mural, do art.
To paint. Agreed.
So big props to Latasha Deloche.
Absolutely, yes. All right. We'll move on to item number 16, reports on items from city staff, city manager's office,
Not tonight, thanks.
city attorney's office,
Nothing for me, thank you.
and our city clerk office.
Thank you.
All right. Item number 17, can I get a motion to adjourn, please?
Move.
Second.
Moved by Sala, seconded by Alter. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. We are adjourned. Enjoy the evening.